Immortal by Immortal Simo. Chapter 1. In the center of a luxurious large hall was a 2-meter-tall platform with a golden dragon throne on top. Dragon screens are put behind it. 6 gold couriers, each with a golden dragon, surrounded the platform. On the throne sat a young man with an imposing aura. A hazy blue light danced behind his back, giving him a feeling of a celestial being. His hair, that was white as snow, was neatly brushed and tied, reaching his back. His face was extremely handsome, even with the small scar that traced down from above his left eye all the way to his cheek. It only served to make him look more ferocious. He was without a doubt anything but a normal mortal. His eyes that were closed until now lightly shuddered as they slowly opened. A cloudy look quickly passed over them before his obsidian-colored eyes regained their clarity. "What the?" He groaned lightly, holding his head in pain. It did not take long before he took a deep breath and started scanning his surroundings. "This? It looks like, no, it is my throne room," he muttered in uncertainty, his voice low but still filled with strength. "But I'm sure I didn't log in the game. I was... Wait, what was I doing?" His expression changed greatly to one filled with anxiety as he desperately tried to remember what he was doing before. "Impossible," he slowly whispered, his voice lightly trembling. He couldn't remember. It wasn't that he just didn't remember when logged in the game. No, he didn't remember anything. His breathing turned rough as he slowly inhaled and exhaled, trying to figure out what was going on. "Let's first calm down, Omis. Wait, Omis. That's not my name," he abruptly shouted and stood up from the throne chair. He felt himself panicking more by the second. Omis, that was the name of his game character, but his name, his real name, he couldn't remember. Slowly moving his hand in front of his face, sure enough, his once frail-looking hand was gone. The mole that was on his middle finger was gone. The little scar on his left palm from when he fell on his bike when he was a child was gone. Replacing it was a silky white hand that faced him. There didn't seem to be any signs of impurities on it. It was a hand he was also familiar with. He played with this character for more than 9 years. Yet when was the hand ever so detailed? He could feel everything. He lightly traced his fingers over to his left cheek, and sure enough, a familiar feeling of a scar was there. Alongside came an unfamiliar tinge of pain that made him frown even more. A huge sigh escaped his lips as he collapsed to the throne chair, closing his eyes once more. He was afraid. He didn't know what was going on, nor why did he not remember anything from before his transmigration. He could still vaguely remember some things about his formal life, but the strongest memories were those concerning the game. His family, his friends, and his job, nothing but a distant memory. The more he focused on their faces, the blurrier they got. He soon stopped trying to remember, afraid of losing this final thread. Yet something seemed strange. He once again opened his eyes. Yes, he was worried and afraid, yet something seemed to be numbing those feelings, pushing them to the side. He could feel his panic rising once again at the realization. Yet there was nothing that could be done. As soon as he felt himself panicking, something seemed to forcefully calm him down. He just sat down there on his throne for what seemed to be hours. His mind filled with all sorts of conflicting thoughts. He didn't want to forget about himself, about his past, but there didn't seem to be anything he could do. He tried to forcefully calm himself, which was easier than he accepted, making him shudder once again at the thought of something or someone playing with his mind before forcefully putting those thoughts aside. Slowly standing up, he walked down the 2 meters platform. Each step seemed to be filled with more resolution. Then the past. By the time he reached the final step, he took a deep breath. His gaze that was filled with panic moments ago was now full of determination. Walking slowly towards the giant closed door was accompanied with a weird feeling. While it's true that he played with this character for years now, yet he never felt anything. The Immortal was the first VRMMORPG to launch, while players could indeed immerse themselves in the game and take direct control over their characters. There was no sense of touch, no breeze, no pain, no nothing. As his hand came to rest over the giant door, he stopped at the unexpected feeling, the of stone-hard door under his palm. He slowly retracted his hand. Looking back towards the dragon throne in the middle of the hall, he lightly muttered, as if to convince himself, That's indeed my throne. Once again his hand traced the small scar on his left cheek, flinching a little at the tinge of pain. And this certainly is my body. Then could that mean my cultivation? He quickly closed his eyes, his face full of concentration and a hint of expectation. Before he opened them once again, his lips lifted upward, his one dimple crinkles with perfectly aligned white teeth. His smile was one of happiness growing, much as a spring flower opens. So at least I kept my cultivation, he lightly shouted with excitement. Omis was not one of the top 10 players in The Immortal. No, most of those were whales that spend huge amounts of money to push forward in the game. But he was still a veteran, he occasionally invested a bit of money when he could, and eventually made it to the top 40 in the Ascended rankings. The game was simple. After creating your character, the game would generate a random background for you, and you would start your cultivation journey as an earthly cultivator. Your goal is to ascend to heaven and become immortal. Yet that was only the start, as in heavens you could do much more. Start your own heavenly sect, bless other earthly cultivators, or even guide those you deem worthy to enter heaven with you. Most people complained at the background choices, as some were born orphans, others were born with a silver spoon. It wasn't fair, but that was what made the game quite unique. You were free to explore and do as you please, and the game did not hold your hand. Omis was one of the first players to start with the launching of the game. He started as an orphan and cultivated all the way to the Ascended realm, where one of his friends that already ascended to heaven helped guide him in, making him the 14th player to ascend. Once in heaven, he spent most of his time exploring the realm before finally settling down on a heavenly mountain near his friend's sect. There he decided to focus on his cultivation while also building his own sect. Taking a deep breath, Omis looked behind him one last time. His worries seemed to ease up. A strange sense of excitement was bubbling inside of him. Why wouldn't it? Thinking about it from a different perspective, he may as well be in a different world. And the best part was that he kept his cultivation level of God realm. Grinning, he pushed open the giant door before suddenly freezing in his place. The sight that greeted him was far too shocking that it made him open his jaw wide. Chapter 2. Heaven, that was the realm all cultivators yearned for. It was the goal destination of all. With the promise of immortality, it was of no surprise that all earthly cultivators set it as their life goal to enter the celestial realm and ascend themselves. It was exactly how one would imagine it. In the game, heaven was a domain set above the clouds with floating celestial mountains, each different from the other. That was where all the ascended cultivators or celestials lived, each occupying a mountain for themselves. The entire realm was covered in a golden glow, adding to the heavenly atmosphere. Or so it should have been. The scene facing Omis was anything but that. The beautiful golden sky was gone in its place, black cracks covered the whole realm, flickering in and out of existence. The once celestial sky was now blood-red with rifts appearing seemingly out of thin air, making him suck a deep breath as his stomach fell at the scene. Turning his attention in front, what greeted him was a cliff. It looks like half of his mountain was missing, seemingly cut clean by a giant sword. Turning to look behind him, it seemed as if his throne room was the only place that survived whatever hit the mountain and stayed intact. Thankfully for him, as that was where he spent most of his time cultivating, all his important skill books and most of his treasures were stored there. Once again, looking in front of him, he found himself standing on the edge. Whatever cut down his mountain clearly took with it his disciples' quarters, the beast gardens and the reception hall that used to stand at the foot of the mountain. A tinge of pain and regret passed through his heart, thinking about the disciples he carefully groomed all the way to the immortal realm, the various beasts he owned. His heart full of regret, he slowly walked along the small path they surrounded the palace. The usually white clouds that covered the entirety of heaven was now dyed an ominous dark red, similar yet darker than sky. Frowning as he looked around, it truly seemed as if he was in hell instead of heaven. He slowly circled the Plato-shaped peak, circling the descent-sized throne palace. It looked like his mountain got shaved cleanly from all sides, leaving a small path that circled the palace. His sight wandered to the red clouds to his left. Gasp! A chill ran down his spine as he gazed at the clouds. Something seemed to be lurking down there, and for it to make him feel nervous was anything but a good sign. As he slowly started making his way away from the cliff, Roo-ah! An earth-shattering roar that made the very mountain shake as small debris fell from the sides. Omis lightly tumbled to the back, his expression turned ghastly pale, full of shock and fear. That aura, it's an immortal venerable. His eyes opened wide as a giant fin broke the surface of the clouds apart, followed by the unmistakable aura of a late-stage immortal venerable. Omis stood deadly still as the giant fin slowly swam away from his mountain before simply disappearing once again under the clouds. Immortal venerable, he lightly muttered to himself. It was the realm that preceded the final god realm. If it was a cultivator, Omis wouldn't have been so shocked. No, the reason was that it obviously was a monster, and that monster carried a small, distant celestial aura. In the game, no monsters were ever recorded in heavens. There have been 3 times when the developers launched a server-wide event. The purpose was for ascended cultivators to defend heaven against demon invasions. He himself have joined all 3 events, and in all 3 times they have been successful in preventing the invasion. Wait, how could I know that its realm was an immortal venerable? Usually in the game, one could see the cultivation level of the players and monsters, 1 level above oneself, and that of all those below. In the case that the person is more than 1 realm above you, all you would see is question marks. Yet just now there clearly was no such thing. When the thing appeared, he just instinctively knew its cultivation base. Omis shrugged it off for now, mentally noting the entire strangeness of the situation. Once again scanning his surroundings, there didn't seem to be any sign of immediate danger, nor was there any other mountain beside the one he was on. The entire place was eerily quiet after the beast appeared and took off. His back was covered in sweat after the encounter with the thing. The wind broke the silence as it howled over the peak, making his hair and long white robe flutter. Omis could feel his heart threatening to jump from his chest as he took deep breaths to steady his mind. The calming sensation washed over him once more, although it seemed to be less of use this time. The sensation of the wind hitting his face, his robe dancing along with it, all served to solidify the assumption that all this indeed was real. He could clearly remember the oppressing aura the monster carried with it, the fear for his life. It was all too real. His stomach fell as he stood there in loss over what to do. Rooted in his place, Omis's eyes darted left and right, searching for something, anything that could explain, maybe help him. Alas, there was no one but himself on the peak. Behind him, the door to the throne room laid open. Looking at it and back at the sea of red clouds surrounding the mountain, he gritted his teeth and walked over cautiously to the edge, his heart beating louder each step he took closer to the edge. When he was at an arm's reach from the cliff, he carefully laid on his stomach and crawled the rest of the way. Below, as expected, was the ominous red clouds. Flashes of thunder rumbled down between them, his mountain now akin to a pillar pierced through the clouds, Gulp carefully crawling away. Omis then stood up and walked back to the throne room. Once inside, he moved to close it behind him, the sound of the wind disappearing as he shut giant door. Taking a deep breath, "What do I do?" he muttered. "There's no way I can cross the clouds, wait even if I can. Why would I? Where would I go?" He anxiously paced around the hall before his eyes shone with determination. "That's right, all the books I saved are here." In the game, books were used to learn skills. You never really got to read any. One just had to spend a certain amount of time in closed doors to comprehend the book. The so-called comprehension was the player opening a book, which then rendered him immobile for a period of time. Depending on the level of the book, the time also varied, leaving him defenseless. Over the course of his 9 years in the game, Omis had gathered a ridiculous amount of books and comprehended most of them. Yet he never had truly read any. Perhaps I may find something that can help me. Yes, I have nowhere to go anyways, and the palace is still intact, even when the rest of the mountain is gone, so I should be safe. He spoke, trying to convince himself, yet it didn't seem to work, as his eyes kept darting at the entrance, full of anxiety and fear. Chapter 3. "How long has it been?" he lightly muttered to himself. Ever since his meeting with the monster, Omis did not leave his throne room for what felt like days, perhaps weeks. At first, he was always on his nerves, glancing towards the door, afraid that something might break in. Yet as time passed, the throne room remained eerily quiet. At the far right corner of the room was a small table. Here he spent his time immersed in the vast number of books he owned. He turned the last paper of the book before a sigh escaped his mouth. I never thought I'd finish them so fast. Omis was in a dilemma. Using his divine sense, he was able to scan the entire book in a matter of seconds. It took him a bit of time and practice to get used to it, as it left him with a disorienting feeling that soon enough disappeared after he scanned his third book. He then experimented on spreading out his divine sense through the room, and to his surprise it was easy. It felt like he owned another set of eyes and arms. He could use it to interact with various objects around the hall. It did not take long before his mastery over divine sense rose, and he was able to use it as smoothly as another limb. No matter how efficiently he was able to use his divine sense, there was one thing he dared not do, and that was to spread it out of the throne room. Omis was afraid. He was afraid of alerting whatever monsters laid outside, yet he was slowly running out of things to do after rereading his books for the third time. There was no useful information in there beside things he already knew from the game. The realms were the same. One started cultivating the chi gathering, then came foundation establishment. After that, one would create their gold core before learning to project their soul out of their body in the soul-wandering realm. After that came nascent soul, where you would learn to efficiently use your divine sense. Next came the ensoulment realm, followed by the nihility realm, where your understanding of the Tao was what mattered. Before finally stepping into the ascended realm, these were the so-called earthly realms. It's still the same. The heavenly realms are also the same. He pondered while lightly touching his chin. The realms are the same. My throne room is the same. Hell, even my character is the same. By all means, he should be in the game, yet everything feels so real. A shiver ran down his spine, thinking about that giant fin. It was one thing fighting monsters in the game, but in real life, no. No matter what, I can't stay holed up in here. Steeling his resolve, Omis gritted his teeth before slowly sending his divine sense outside of the palace. Using his divine sense to see the eerie scene outside deepened his understanding. The heavenly realm had collapsed. No, it was safe to say that it was still collapsing. Taking a deep breath, Omis then spread his sense out in all directions, slowly but surely. All that greeted him back, however, was a sea of red clouds and broken sky. Deciding that there didn't seem to be anything of imminent danger at his immediate surroundings, he then decided to push a bit further away from his place. Strangely, he felt no strain moving his sense that far away from him. In fact, he felt as if he could spread it even further, far, far more. Taking another deep breath to calm himself, Omis continued pushing his divine sense away in hopes of finding something new besides the sea of clouds. After what felt like hundreds, if not thousands of kilometers away, the first signs of change appeared. Mountains. He came across the first mountain beside his own. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything in there but ruins of what once may have been a glorious heavenly sect. The mountains looked to be flattened from something along with the building ruins. Strangely, Omis found no corpses or skeletons, no signs of fighting. Pushing his divine sense deeper into the mountain himself, he was able to find a small cave that seemed to be protected by a restriction array. Delighted at the thought of finding someone else beside him, he tried to move his sense past the array and into the room. He momentarily paused as his divine sense clashed with the array. Yet it was unable to do anything but stop him for a few breaths, as it seemed to have been laid years ago. The array grew weak. Inside, the cave was surprisingly big. To the left corner stood a mountain of all sorts of shiny treasures. To the right was an entire library filled with thousands upon thousands of books. Yet nothing compared to what stood in the center of the hall. A huge praying mat was spread in the middle of the cave. On top, a giant sat in lotus pose. The giant was easily over 5 meters tall while seated. His head was shaved clean, while his skin was pure golden. What shocked Omis, however, was that the aura he felt from the giant was at first stage God realm. Yet the giant had no signs of life. He was dead. Examining the body, there didn't seem to be any signs of injuries. As a God realm cultivator, his body was intact and seemed to be very much alive. As it executed a stifling pressure all over the cave, Omis mentally gulped at the sight. Whatever had killed the giant had done so without destroying his body. It made sense, as there was almost nothing that could destroy a god. The only weak point was their soul. Offering a mental prayer to the corpse, Omis slowly moved away from the cave and out of the mountain to continue his search. Before suddenly stopping in place, he could feel a small aura to the south. It was small and insignificant, yet he could not ignore it. It was a cultivator, and he was very much alive. Chapter 4. Above a ruined celestial mountain floated a skinny old man. His face was ashen as he glared at the two monsters standing in the air a few hundred meters away from him. His expression was grim as he gazed back towards the two young disciples flying behind him. Fear was clear in their eyes. The male's handsome face was twisted in a dark frown. The female next to him could only be considered as a beauty that would topple nations. Her small face was full of fear as she glanced at their master. The skinny old man exuded a middle-stage, ascended aura. He was considered a supreme power in the earthly realm. Whenever he went, respect would follow. Had the heavens not collapsed, he might have ascended as well. This time he came to the broken heavenly realm that only opens once every 1,000 years, along with his two disciples in search of treasures, skill books, and hopefully the corpse of a celestial. Hundreds of old sects across the earthly realm send their most important disciples along with elders in search of fortuitous encounters. Once inside the broken realm, each went their different ways. The old man took his disciples to look for a particular mountain with information their past patriarch had gathered in his last visit to heaven. According to the patriarch, that special mountain held within the corpse of a fallen celestial along with all his treasures. The corpse of a celestial was something that would cause war to spread throughout the entire Earth realm. It was too valuable, so the elder dared not underestimate the dangers their journey held. Yet here he stood with a bitter expression. The two humanoid shadowy monsters that blocked his path were both shockingly in the half-immortal realm. Ever since the broken realm opened, countless cultivators fell at the hand of all matters of monstrosities. There were even rumors of full-fledged immortal stage monsters. Yet most of them were in the deeper areas of heaven. For half-immortals to actually appear, the old man's heart was full of despair. He had no hope of surviving but his disciples. His originally dim gaze turned ferocious with a hint of madness. He howled, "Juer, take your junior sister with you and run. Do not look back and just run." The young man's eyes twitched. His eyes turned watery as he stared at his master's back. He wanted to argue. He wanted to stay and help. Yet what could his meager nihility realm cultivation do in front of such monsters? His junior sister couldn't hold back her tears as she wailed, "Master, no, I'm not leaving without you." Hearing her cry, the old man shuddered before his once hunched back straightening, his grey hair flying behind him. With a sad smile he muttered, "Don't disappoint me, Xianxia, go." "No!" screamed the Xianxia as she struggled to get past the young man that held her from rushing to her master's side. "Let me go!" "Master! Master!" Suddenly, one of the two shadowy figures that didn't move an inch all this time blurred before appearing behind the couple, causing the old man's eyes to open wide in shock before he as well seemingly teleported to intercept it. The second shadowy figure that stayed still until then made its move, throwing a palm to the old man's back. His face blanched as a talisman flew out from his small bag to intercept the attack. As the palm collided with the talisman, an extremely bright green light shone from it. Before a large explosion occurred, the old man, using the force of the now shattered talisman, pushed his speed to new limits. Letting out an enraged roar at the second shadow, he quickly slapped his bag, causing a small saber to appear in his hold, which he used to slash at the extended hand towards his disciples. "You dare touch this old man's children?" The shadow figure stopped its advance and turned its expressionless black head to face the attack, light holding out its palm to intercept the saber. Seeing this old man humped as the two collided. Shockingly, the shadow monster was pushed back as the old man stood in front of his disciples, his back shielding them as their hearts were filled with emotions. Their master actually went head-to-head against a half-immortal monster and managed to push it back. And all for their sake. The old man's expression was pale as he hovered in front of his disciple. He struggled to swallow back the rising blood in his mouth. At the moment, the second shadow that was pushed back by the talisman's explosion appeared next to its companion. "Is there really no other way?" he muttered under his breath. His only chance to save his disciples and hopefully injure the monsters was to explode his core. Yet the explosion would surely harm his disciples as well, leaving him in a dilemma. The monsters floating in front of him didn't seem to mind the attacks as they silently hovered above the mountain, studying the old man. All of the sudden, a towering, oppressive aura appeared, forcing all those present to drop to the ground. The old man and his disciples fell and were forced to kowtow in face of the aura, their hearts beating wildly in their chest while their minds blanked. The monsters were no different and seemed to be even more affected as their bodies were smashed to the ground, forming a deep crater in the ground. The young disciples were unable to even hold their gaze up as they shivered in fear. Their master struggled as the weight of what seemed like 1,000 mountain pressed on his back. He barely raised his head to the sky before he was once again forced back down. His heart nearly leapt from his chest. The scene he had just witnessed was far too unbelievable for him. He doubted his eyes, yet he dared not move, his mind spinning as various thoughts flashed through his head. Eventually, only one was left. A celestial was still alive. Chapter 5. Above a ruined celestial mountain floated an extremely handsome young man. His white hair and black robe rustled with the wind, yet his gaze remained calm and indifferent. A hazy blue light danced behind his back, adding to his celestial feel. His eyes passed by the old man and his disciples that were pressed on ground, nearly stopping their heartbeat, before his gaze turned towards the monsters, temporarily lifting his pressure and relieving the old man and his disciples. Feeling the pressure subdue, the old man sheepishly lifted his face to look at the young man, his eyes filled with and clear awe and respect. Yet a hint of worry was hidden as well. He glanced back towards his disciples, who were in more of shock, then himself, their faces pale in worry, yet curiosity was clear in their eyes. He then proceeded to secretly send them a mental message. "No matter what you do not move a muscle." He spoke, his tone grave, as his eyes locked on the celestial calmly floating in the air, before glancing back at the monsters still buried in the ground. A shiver ran down his spine. Two half-immortal beasts. If even one broke through the earthly realm, mayhem and chaos would follow, yet here they stood, unable to move an inch under the pressure of the young man. The celestial that was calmly standing in the air then made his move, simply flicking his wrist. Two half-immortal monster disappeared. There was no loud explosion, no blood, no nothing. With a flick of his wrist, the monsters simply disappeared. Looking at the unbelievable scene, the old man's face turned another shade of white. He simply couldn't feel nothing. No ripple of mana. Nothing. The same question ran through both master and disciple's head. Is this the power of a celestial? Dealing with the monsters, the celestial then turned his gaze back to the trio. Sucking a deep breath, the old man stepped forward a few steps and shielded his disciples before dropping to his knees. Kowtowing, he then spoke with a grave voice full of respect. "Junior Bai clan greets esteemed celestial." Looking at their master on the ground, the two disciples quickly followed. "Junior Bai of the Bai clan greets esteemed celestial." "Junior Bai Xian of the Bai clan greets esteemed celestial." A suffocating silence fell on the mountain peak, the trio not daring to lift their heads as they awaited the young man's response. After a few breaths, a calm voice filled with dignity and strength slowly replied, "The Bai clan? I do not remember any Bai clan in heaven." At that response, thousands of thoughts ran through Bai Yu's head. In heaven? Of course not. The Bai clan was considered one of the top clans in the earthly realm. As for heaven, all the celestial sects and clans have long since turned to legends, leaving behind nothing but ruins of what was once considered the peak of cultivation world. Yet this senior didn't seem to know of that. This senior, if I may speak, the Bai clan is an earthly clan. There has not been any heavenly sect for thousands of years. After saying that, Bai Yu then turned quiet, not daring to speak more. He did not know of the background of the young man floating above their head, but one thing he was absolutely sure of was that he was a celestial. He knew not of how he had survived the fall of heaven, but he dared not ask either, nor did he dare raise his head unless told so. Silence once again reigned over the ruined peak, with one white-haired young man standing in the air and three people kowtowing on the ground. In such mood, the silence prevailed before it was abruptly broken by Omis. "Rise, I have a few matters to ask, so you will accompany me." Hearing that Bai Yu's heart nearly stopped beating before sheepishly standing to his feet, he turned to look at his disciples, who were still kowtowing, before turning to look at the celestial. He seemed to struggle as if wanting to speak, yet not daring to. Sensing his struggle, Omis spoke. "Speak. What's on your mind?" "This junior dares not go against your word, esteemed celestial. It's just that my disciples will be in danger, should I leave them alone." So be it. They shall come as well." Waving his hand, the trio was then effortlessly lifted in the air, their faces full of shock, as they could feel that the man grabbing them was one they had never felt before. It seemed to be the real definition of pure and holy. Omis then waved his hand once again, making a purple portal appear before them. Before calmly stepping inside, the trio gulped as they soon followed behind. Stepping out from the portal, the trio's jaws dropped in shock. What faced them was a majestic celestial mountain that strangely resembled a pillar extending from the clouds. What made their eyes widened, however, was the palace that stood above. It was intact. One had to know that heaven had collapsed thousands of years ago, leaving behind nothing but ruins all across the realm, yet here was a palace that stood completely intact. Their gaze turned towards the celestial, leading them towards the mountain, their respect growing even more for him and his palace to survive all these years. He was clearly not a normal celestial. Bai Yu's thoughts were spinning as he looked at the palace. He was much more knowledgeable than his disciples. Why does his face look familiar? It feels like I saw him before, but where? As the group slowly descended towards the entrance of the palace, Bai Xian's voice drifted to her master's head. "Master, I know it sounds absurd, but feel like I have seen his face before, but I can't tell where exactly." Looking back at his disciple, Bai Yun slowly nodded his head before turning to Bai Ju, who in turn confirmed his thoughts as well. He struggled to remember as they walked inside the palace doors that now laid open. Once inside, the first thing that greeted them was the golden throne situated in the middle. That was when Bai Yu's memory suddenly jerked, as he finally remembered. His eyes and mouth opened wide as he looked at the seemingly young man in front of him. A small voice escaped his lips. "Impossible." Chapter 6. How did he not recognize him at first sight? The man, no, the esteemed celestial in front of him, the one hailed as the immortal mentor. Thousands of years ago, calamity befell the heavenly realm. As the heaven burned, countless celestials and immortals fell. To this day, records of the event are extremely rare. No one could say for sure what had caused the demise of the heavenly realm. Yet before that, in ancient times, the earthly realm was once connected to the heavenly one. Immortals descended from the heavens to preach the Tao while aiding mortal cultivators. If an outstanding individual managed to catch the eye of a celestial, one might even be brought back with him to heaven. Yet amongst the hundreds of celestials that passed, only one name prevailed through the generations, even after the fall of heaven and the disappearance of the celestials. That particular name still held the respect and awe of all earthly cultivators. The immortal mentor. Lightly muttered Bai Yu, his disciples standing next to him heard him before their eyes widened in shock. Certainly the young celestial in front of them was the exact spitting image of the famed mentor. How could they forget? With various statues erected in dedication towards the mentor all across the earthly realm, one could be considered strange if they had never heard of him. There was a reason behind this extreme popularity, and it's quite simple. In ancient times, legend recounts the tale of the first human to ever ascend. His name long gone along the passage of time, but his title remained, the Heavenly King. Following him, countless heroes rose and ascended to the heavenly realm. Amongst the first ones to ascend was the immortal mentor, while the others, shocked with the abundant resources of heaven, all settled and created their respective heavenly sects. The mentor, however, continued touring the realm, visiting all sorts and matters of strange and exotic places, all the while accumulating more knowledge so precious that it was even highly sought after in the heavenly realm itself. Yet his journey did not stop there. as he descended back to the earthly realm, traveling from one place to the other, preaching the Tao. Countless individuals profited immensely from his teachings, with most successfully ascending themselves. He did not stay in one place, but constantly moved around, spreading his teaching across the realm, earning the respect and gratitude of the masses. The immortal mentor can be considered as the teacher of most cultivators across the earthly realm. His teachings persist thousands of years later, so how could the trio recover from their shock so easily as they watched the seemingly handsome young man seated on a golden throne? Thud, the sound knees hitting the floor, echoed through the silent throne room, the trio kowtowing to Omis, who eyed them in curiosity. "Rise. We dare not. Forgive us, for we failed to recognize your esteemed self," replied Bai Yu. "You recognize me?" asked Omis, raising his brow, his curiosity ever so evident. "Of course. Who in the earthy realm have not heard of your esteemed self, the immortal mentor?" Hearing his title, Omis's perked as he slowly adjusted his sitting position. The immortal mentor, that was indeed his title in the game. After completing a hidden quest that required him to teach a certain number of individuals, some in heaven, others in the earth, he had earned his title. The only perk of the title was boosting his popularity, which effectively helped him recruit outstanding disciples when he settled to make his sect. And now, looking at the figures kneeling towards him in respect, Omis's mind spun quickly as he realized that things just got more complicated. A gentle stream of pure holy mana surrounded the trio and gently helped them to their feet. The figure seating in front of them was without a doubt the legendary immortal mentor. Just thinking about it filled them with an urge to kneel once again. Yet they refrained from doing so, as they silently stood there awaiting for Omis to speak. Bai Yu was standing a step ahead from Bai Xian and Bai Ju, who stood respectively to his left and right, their minds filled with countless questions as their head was lowered to the ground in respect. Bai Yu couldn't believe his luck. He actually stumbled upon a living celestial. And not just any celestial, no, the immortal mentor. His heart filled with countless questions he wished to ask him. It has been far too long since he was stuck in the initial stages of the ascended realm. His usual calm demeanor was nowhere to be seen, as he struggled to control his breathing. This might be my chance. Perhaps I can finally break through the bottleneck with Senior's guidance. He then closed his eyes, calming his mind as he awaited for Omis to speak. It has been far too long since I went into closed-door cultivation to break through a bottleneck. Yet when I finally emerged, I find heavens in ruins, while monsters run amok. Tell me what exactly happened in my absence, said Omis, his voice calm but filled with strength. As he reached the end of his sentence, an invisible aura descended on the group of master and disciples, carrying his undisguised rage. They shivered under the pressure as their minds quickly spun. The person in front of them was without a doubt the legendary immortal mentor, who was famed for his compassion towards other earthly cultivators as he slowly guided them along the path of cultivation. Yet as the pressure bore upon them, they finally came to a realization. The immortal mentor was a true pure celestial, one that had existed long before they were even born, long before their ancestors, a legend that had survived the fall of heaven, and that legend was angry. See, Senior, what had happened in the heavenly realm is something no one could figure out for sure, yet hints at the cause remains. If Senior would like to follow us back to our sect, the Patriarch would be more than glad to share those with you, as he is the most informed one. Stuttered Bai Yu, beads of sweat slowly trickled down his forehead. So be it. The earthly realm, it's been a while since I last visited. Lightly chuckled Omis as the pressure that weighed on the trio slowly disappeared, making them heave sighs of relief. Chapter 7. Far away from the collapsed heaven, deep under the earthly realm laid another world. This realm, once commonly known by cultivators and mortals alike as hell. There was no sky, but a ceiling that extended hundreds of kilometers away from the ground. The air itself was at boiling temperature. Thousands upon thousands of bare, rocky mountains and steep cliffs stretched as long as the eye could see. Along the mountains flowed a gigantic lava lake. Surprisingly, all matters of strange creatures could be seen swimming along the lake, some jumping to the surface, occasionally splashing lava as they submerge once again. At the foot of a certain mountain sat an old man. His eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged, a fishing rod in hand. He had long grey hair that was neatly combed to the back, with an even longer white beard that complemented his hair. His body exuded no aura at all, his figure occasionally blurring with the surroundings, making it hard to look at him. His eyes that were closed all this time suddenly opened, his pupil and iris were both white, an unfathomable aura that made the very mountains shake, and the lake to rise, anger in the form of lava, turbulent and unforgiving. His aura arose to push the still lava to choppy, which morphed into mountains of angry waves. So another one survived? He lightly muttered, looking at the ceiling, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void itself. Back in the earthly realm, deep within the Dranica continent, stood a tall, majestic mountain. It soared up like it wished to challenge the sky itself, dominating the horizon. This was the Bai clan's ancestral mountain, all sorts of houses and buildings built at its base, yet the mountain itself laid completely bare, except for the very peak. There a small wooden house was neatly built in the center. Outside the small house, 4 of the Bai clan high elders sat in meditation, each on their own praying mat, creating a harmonious scene to the onlookers. The silence, however, was soon broken as the door to the small wooden house flew open with a bang, shocking the elders as they faced the middle-aged man that walked out. He seemed to suck in the light around him. As he stood by the door, he spoke with a gravely tone that flowed into the elders' ears. "Call for the 4th and 5th elder to join us," he said before simply going back inside the small house. The elders' eyes flashed in surprise and shock. One had to know the last time they saw the patriarch with such a grave look was when Mount Shu declared war against them. Looking at each other, they solemnly nodded, coming to a silent agreement, before one of them grabbed a spirit stone and crushed it. It did not take long before 2 identical figures joined them. Surprisingly, they were twins. Both had dark black hair that flowed with the wind. Their faces were extremely ordinary, yet no one dared underestimate the two, for they were the Bai clan's strongest protectors. Nodding at the elders, they then lightly made their way towards the little house and respectfully awaited. The elders standing behind them stood calmly. Their faces betrayed them, however, as they seemed full with anxiety. "Come in," came the solemn voice of the patriarch. Once inside, they all gave a light salute, before sitting down each on their own praying mat. The patriarch was seated at the head, while the 4th and 5th elders sat to his left and right respectively, followed by the rest of the elders. The silent and oppressive mood prevailed as the patriarch remained quiet, his eyes closed as if he was sleeping, yet his body unconsciously released an invisible pressure, making all the elders beside the twins sweat nervously. "Bai Yu has contacted me," slowly spoke the patriarch, breaking the silence. "The first elder. Didn't he enter the heavenly realm? To contact the patriarch directly, something big must have happened." Hushed comments could be heard as the elders broke into discussions. The twins, however, calmly sat down with their eyes still closed in meditation, as if unconcerned. "Quiet," sternly said the patriarch, forcing all the elders to gulp subconsciously before quieting down under his aura as they waited for him to continue. "Something big. No, something unbelievable have happened. The first elder has encountered a living celestial in the heavenly realm," he said in a somber tone. At that information, the room turned deadly quiet before breaking into loud discussions. Even the twins that had their eyes closed all this time opened them wide in shock as they turned to face the patriarch, who nodded solemnly. "A living celestial? There has been no records of any celestial surviving the fall of heavens before. How could this be? This is indeed very serious." The 4th elder, that had been quiet for all this time, then slowly spoke. "I presume there is still more news, patriarch?" Nodding at that question, before slowly speaking, "Indeed, the celestial Bai Yu has encountered is not just any celestial. It's the esteemed immortal mentor." The patriarch could not help but tremble at the end of his sentence, as if he himself could not believe what he was saying. Hearing the shocking news, the whole room broke into commotion. No one could believe their ears, for this was the immortal mentor they were talking about. His fame was known to the entire earthly realm. "Patriarch, "Is Bai Yu sure of this?" asked the fifth elder. "Yes, it is indeed the immortal mentor." "Then we should make preparations. The first elder should invite him to visit." "Visit? Are you out of your mind, old man? This the esteemed immortal mentor we are talking about, a celestial far older and far more powerful than any of us could imagine. And for him to survive the fall of heaven, we should be the ones going to visit him." Another elder nodded before continuing, "That indeed makes sense, Patriarch. We should make our move before the rest of the Holy Lands or the other sects get wind of this news." Slowly raising his hand, the room fell into silence once more before he spoke. "There should be no problem. The first elder has convinced the esteemed mentor to visit the Bai clan." Gasps of surprise escaped from the elders' mouths. "Bai Yu, that crazy old bastard, ah ha ha ha." With his shoulders shaking, the second elder burst out laughing. Grinning, the patriarch continued, "Make haste. Preparations for the esteemed immortal mentor should be ready as soon as possible. There can be no mishaps." Saluting in confirmation, the elders then took their leaves. Soon the only ones left in the room was the patriarch himself and the two twin elders. "Is it time, my patriarch?" asked the fourth elder, a dangerous gleam flashing in his eyes. "Yes, take care of the spies. This news cannot be leaked yet." Nodding, the two elders gave a quick salute before silently merging with the shadows as they disappeared, followed by a long, tired sigh from the patriarch. Chapter 8. The following days in the Bai clan's manor were extremely busy, to say the least. Clan members could be seen bustling around in preparations. No one knew for whom the preparations were, yet none dared question it as the order came from the patriarch himself. It left many wondering who exactly is this person that made even the patriarch himself order his welcoming ceremony. Yet under the busy surface, no one seemed to notice the disappearances occurring around the clan. Tens of people quietly disappeared all around the Bai clan's manor. Perhaps it was because of the busy preparations, or perhaps the disappearance of a few disciples was not that strange in a clan as big as the Bai clan. Whatever the reason was, it only served to help the fourth and fifth elders on their mission. Back at the patriarch's small wooden house, the two elders quietly appeared seemingly from thin air. They stood respectfully with their heads laid low as they waited in silence. Soon the voice of the patriarch came from inside, calling them in. "Come in." Not daring to waste any time, they hurried inside, once again finding the patriarch seated in the same place as before. "My patriarch, it has been done," said the fourth elder. And the third elder?" "We are waiting for him to make a move. It will be better to catch him out of the manor," replied the fifth elder. "We have already set in the array, so he will not be able to use a talisman to inform the Void Sect," added the fourth elder. "Good, good. I suppose you already called Lu Tao to come back from there." "Yes, my patriarch. By the time the Void Sect gets wind of the third elder's death, Lu Tao should already arrive," nodded the fifth patriarch. "Good. Then I shall leave this matter to you. Take care of him. He should be getting relentless by now and would be preparing to head out," said the patriarch, dismissing the elders with a wave of his hand. Giving out a short salute, the two elders once again merged with the darkness as they quietly disappeared into thin air, leaving the patriarch to his thoughts. A long, tired sigh escaped his lips as he lightly muttered, "The immortal mentor. I wonder, is this a blessing, or is it a curse?" Just outside of the Bai clan's manor, a short old man with short white hair and long face could be seen flying away in a beam of light. The old man's face was drained of blood as he ran away from the mountain in a hurry, his expression that of shock and disbelief. He was the third elder of the Bai clan, a position that brought him both respect and awe in many years. Yet what no one knew was that he was a spy for the Void clan, one of the three holy lands of the Earth realm. Or so he thought that no one knew. No one should know. His cover was perfect. He had joined the Bai clan since he was an outer disciple, slowly making his way to the top with the help of the resources provided from the Void clan, pushing to his current elder's position. He had made countless contributions, fought in dozens of wars, and even saved a couple of elders. By all means, his cover should be perfect. Not many even knew about his situation in the Void clan. So why? Why was he being chased by the fourth and fifth elders? He bitterly screamed in his mind as he pushed himself to flee even faster, leaving behind a streak of light in the sky as he passed. Old 3. There is no way to run, just quietly accept your fate, shouted the fourth elder, his voice cold. Why are you doing this? I'm an elder of the clan. The patriarch will not forgive you, screamed the third elder as he narrowly dodged a spell from the fifth elder, who just snickered in response. A faint greenish glow started to surround the third elder as his speed suddenly doubled. Yet before he could rejoice, a deep chilling voice came from his side. Where do you think you are going? A hand that seemed to tear the void open extended as it held the third elder by the neck, leaving him helpless to struggle as he gasped for air, his mind filled with one thought. Who? Crush. The sound of bone being crushed as the hand released the limp body of the elder, sending it plummeting to the ground. The fourth and fifth elders, however, hastily stopped in their tracks, their faces blanched as the aura coming from the hand was making them shudder, leaving them helpless to move or breathe. Cold sweat ran down their heads as the hand slowly pulled the void open, allowing the full figure of an old man with a long grey beard and hair to come out. The twins were unable to keep flying under the pressure as they fell to the ground, shuddering in fear. They had never felt anything like this before. It was to be known that they were both in the late-stage ascended realm, a powerhouse all across the earthly realm. Yet here they were, unable to move a single muscle under the gaze of the old man. What made them shudder even more was his eyes. His pupil and iris were both white. Thousands of thoughts ran across their minds. This power, this aura, this was not something an earthly cultivator could possess. The old man exuded an aura that transcended the earthly realm, an aura that felt divine. Reaching this train of the thoughts, the twins lost all will to struggle, as the man was able to crush them with his gaze alone. For this man was no simple cultivator. No, this man was a celestial. Now that the nuisance has been taken care of, should I go prepare for the welcoming party? Spoke the old man, his voice low but filled with immense power, causing the twins to shudder as they tried to make themselves look smaller in hopes that he wouldn't notice them. Chapter 9. This is it, senior, spoke Bai Yu respectfully as he stood behind Omis along with his disciples. It certainly has, changed. The trio behind just nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with respect, along with a hint of fanatism. How could they not? The teacher in front of them, with a casual look, had managed to see through Bai Yu's cultivation-based flaws, and with one comment had helped him break through from the middle stage, ascended to the late stage. This was simply unbelievable. If this news was to be spread in the Earth realm, cultivators from all around the realm would flock towards the mentor. It was understandable. The ascended realm had long since been the cap, ever since the destruction of heaven. Any type of progression past it was almost impossible. Yet Omis had managed to do the impossible by helping Bai Yu successfully break through. Part of the reason why he had been successful was of course due to Bai Yu's hard work. He had been stuck in the middle stages for a long time, and all he needed was that final push. Omis provided that by helping guide him towards the right path, and that was the final straw that Bai Yu needed to complete his breakthrough. After Bai Yu's successful breakthrough, the group then decided to leave for the Earth realm. With Bai Yu and his disciples leading the way, the group soon reached the famed Gate of Heaven. Long gone was the majestic gate that Omis was familiar with. In its place stood a ruined one, nothing but a fragment of its former glory. The once huge golden gate served as the door to the heavens. From it, cultivators ascended and descended from the earthly realm. In a sense, it served as a giant teleportation array that connected heaven to the outside world. Yet ever since its fall, the gate was cleanly split in half. Its holy golden color was tainted by an ominous bloody red, giving it a demonic feel in contrast to its previous holy one. The gate stood on top of a giant celestial mountain, at the very edge of the realm. This mountain was once known as the Mount of Immortals, as by passing through it, you would essentially shed your mortal body, transforming into a full-fledged immortal. As he stood on top of the mountain, looking at the ruined gate, Omis felt a strange sense of sadness wash over him. Bai Yu and his disciples stood behind him, their gaze filled with complicated feelings as they looked at the man in front of them. He seemed to have an air of melancholy surrounding him. They stayed silent as they watched him walk over to the gate and gently caress its broken frame. As soon as his finger touched it, however, something extraordinary seemed to happen. The gate that had long since lost its holy color and was tainted by a more reddish one started to glow at an alarming rate, shocking the trio as their eyes opened wide. They could feel the holy aura radiating from the gate and could even hear the faint sounds of celestials joyfully laughing. For a moment they felt as if they had been transported to the ancient heavens and were standing amongst the immortals themselves. Bai Yu was the first to recover from his initial shock as the gate's golden glow dimmed, leaving behind its broken frame, yet it seemed that ominous red that once tainted it was now gone. He turned his gaze to the man that stood in front of it, his back so straight and broad, it seemed as if it could shoulder the entire world. Bai Yu's heart jumped in his chest as a complicated feeling rose inside. This was a real immortal, this out-of-the-world feeling he gave, this feeling of strength and dignity as he stood there was enough to overwhelm him. Soon he found himself on his knees, bowing in respect. His disciples followed after him. They were nowhere near the same level. Omis was shocked. He did not know what exactly had happened. As soon as they reached the gate, he could hear faint voices coming from it. He did not know why, but as soon as he saw its ruined form, his heart felt heavy in his chest. A deep feeling of sadness of loss threatened to overwhelm him. It did not make any sense to him. There was nothing that attached him to the gate, so why? Why did he feel so sad when he looked at it? Why did he feel as if he lost a friend? No, family. Shaking his head, he slowly walked towards the gate and almost subconsciously moved his hand to touch it. As his hand came to rest over it, a bright golden light erupted, momentarily blinding him, and with the light came the voices. They talked to him, whispered to him of injustice done to them. They cried out for justice. They cried out for him. As his chi made contact with the gate, the red glow shrank back in fear as if it had met its mortal enemy. He continued to surround the gate with his chi, cleansing it from whatever had tainted it. As he did so, he could hear the voices sigh in relief as they thanked him and laughed happily before slowly disappearing. With the golden glow subduing, Omis stood there in confusion. What happened? He asked himself. He did not know what he did or why he had done so. It was done so naturally, as if there was a hand guiding him, telling him what needs to be done. He had only followed it. It felt as if it was the right thing to do. Why? What exactly was this red light? Who were those voices that he heard? And what exactly happened in heaven? Turning his attention to his new companions, Omis found them kneeling on the ground in respect. When he had first met them, he felt it was strange and almost uncomfortable, the amount of respect and worship their eyes carried towards him. Yet as time passed, it only seemed more and more natural. What was happening to him? Chapter 10. The gate of heaven was essentially the door to the heavenly realm. It held a massive teleportation array that helped transport people to and from anywhere in the earthly realm. Ever since the fall of heaven, the gate itself suffered heavy damage, yet thankfully the array itself was almost intact. Due to the damage that befell it, the array would only open once every 1,000 years and would remain open for 3 days and 3 nights, giving mortal cultivators the window needed to enter the heavenly realm. After the 3 days, the array would close down and would not open for another year. Sects and clans from all over the earthly realm send their disciples here in search of fortuitous encounters. The lucky ones might even stumble upon a legacy left behind by the ancient immortals. "Senior, the gate is due to open for another 4 months, said Bai Yu respectfully, his head still bowed low. That should not be a problem, replied Omis, sending a stream of chi towards the array, making to grow bright. As expected of Senior, lightly mumbled Bai Xian, her eyes filled with awe and adoration as she gazed at the young man's back. She knew that he was far older than her master, far older than even the patriarch himself. Yet his perfect face, his long white hair, and his deep obsidian eyes made her heart flutter and her cheeks turn rosy. She shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts as she reluctantly turned her gaze away from Omis's back towards her senior brother and master. They seemed to be in as much shock as her. Is the array still connected to the mountain of the beginning? asked Omis as he looked back at the trio, his eyes locking with Bai Xian's for a second, making her lower her head in a haste as her cheeks turned rosy, seeing that Omis lightly grinned. His avatar was indeed quite good-looking in the game, yet he never really stood out, as all the players had all types of strange and extremely good-looking avatars, yet now it seemed he did. "Yes, Senior, it is indeed connected to it," replied Bai Yu. "Good, let us make haste then." Nodding, the trio moved to their feet and soon followed after Omis's footsteps. Once inside the array, Omis continuously fed it his mana, making it grow even brighter. The group soon felt the teleportation force surround them as the array continued to shine brighter and brighter. On top of the mountain of the beginning, a giant ancient array with complex ruins was carved on the ground. Surrounding said array was hundreds of tents, each occupying an area on the peak of the mountain. These were all representatives of the various sects from all across the earthly realm. Since there were still 4 months left before the opening of the gate, only minor elders and disciples were situated here. The standings of these sects and clans were easily distinguishable. It was common knowledge that the stronger the sect or clan, the closer they would be camped to the array, with the weaker ones situated in the edge or even off the peak of the mountain. The mood around the mountain was quiet as usual. None of the sects or clans interacted with each other, with their few representatives each choosing to focus on their cultivation rather than other matters. All in all, it was supposed to be another normal, boring day for all those present. All of the sudden, a giant pillar of golden light pierced through the sky, falling on top of the peak, straight to the array. The light came so suddenly, rendering all those present unable to react, as they shielded their eyes from the blinding light. The pillar that extended to the void, seemingly splitting the sky itself open, was seen all across the realm. Its pressure forced hidden masters out of their hideouts. This was something they had never felt before. The pillar exuded an otherworldly aura, an aura so divine, so heavenly. On this day, countless masters stopped their cultivation and turned to face one direction, the direction of the mountain of the beginning. On top of said mountain, all cultivators present stood in shock and curiosity. The gate was not due to open for another 4 months, and even when it did, it was never done in this fashion. They all squinted their eyes as the light started to subdue, trying to make out what seemed like the silhouettes of 4 people. Once the light fully dissipated, however, all people present found themselves on the ground kowtowing. None had managed to catch a glimpse of who had arrived, yet the pressure and aura alone were enough for them to understand. This was not the aura of a mere mortal cultivator, nor was it one of a monstrous beast. No, this aura was different. It was ancient more so than anything they ever felt before, and it was powerful, so much as that nothing could come close to. Some people present had made their speculations as they laid there kowtowing, yet none truly dared believe it. How could they? It was simply unimaginable. The once quiet mountain peak turned even more silent. The sound of the wind howling was the only thing that could be heard. Moments after the aura forced all those present to their knees, a deep, strong, majestic voice could be heard breaking the silence and booming through the ears of everyone on the mountain. "I'm finally back." Everyone shuddered at the power the voice carried. Most lost all intention to try and raise their head and peek on who the owner was, and instead tried to make themselves look even smaller in hopes of not being noticed. "Bai Yu, lead the way," ordered Omis as he gazed the crowd of people kowtowing to him. A strange sense of pride seemed to wash over him. "As you command, Senior," happily replied Bai Yu. Soon the group could be seen flying away from the mountain. It was not until they were in a significant distance away did the pressure finally disperse, allowing people back on their feet. "Bai Yu? That's the Bai clan's first elder. He called that person Senior. Quick, inform the sect." Similar hurried conversation erupted all across the mountain as the representatives pulled out their communication stones and crushed them, relaying the news to their sects and clans. Chapter 11. All across the earthly realm, a very strange, almost unbelievable news was being passed along. The gate of heaven, which is not due to open for another 4 months, did. It should be known that ever since people could remember, no such thing has ever happened. Yet this was not the end of the news. Along with the abrupt opening of the gate, a group of people entered the earthly realm. One of those people was the Bai clan's first elder Bai Yu, and along with him a mysterious figure that he called Senior. That same unknown figure forced all the sect and clan representatives to their knees. No one knew who it was, but for Bai Yu to call him Senior left most people wondering on his identity. Meanwhile, deep inside the Void Sect ancestral grounds, an emergency meeting was being held. The Void Sect, being one of the earthly realm's 3 holy lands, held very special status. It was no considered the strongest, nor was it the weakest, but it was the oldest one out of the other holy lands. With their roots spread deep in the earthly realm, their disciples enjoyed a very high and respectable status. With other cultivators, they were most famed for their magical skills. Most people suspect that the Void Sect is the only sect to hold the largest number of immortal skills, for it had existed for thousands of years. What people didn't know, however, was that once upon a time before the heavens collapsed, the Void Sect was once considered a branch of an immortal sect. That sect's name was a secret only known to each generation's patriarch, and is one of their most guarded secrets. This was the reason behind the vast number of immortal skills that they held. First, inside the ancestral palace sat the patriarch of the Void Sect on a giant purple throne. Under the throne were the Void Sect's high-ranking elders seated on praying mats. Their conversations hushed as they kept glancing at the figure on the throne. He had his eyes closed as if sleeping. His face was that of a young man in his mid-20s, but all those present knew better than to be fooled by his appearance. The Void Sect's patriarch was an old monster. Patriarch, Elder Lu Tao has escaped, interrupted a middle-aged man with a hunched back. This man was the sect's patriarch's most trusted aide, Taoist Lin. No one knows of his origins, but his power is unquestionable. The patriarch's eyes that were closed all this time suddenly shot open, and with it came a suffocating aura that seemed to press on the backs of all those present. Cold sweat trickled down their back as no one dared make a sound. The patriarch was furious. Seemingly uncaring of the pressure surrounding them, Taoist Lin continued unhurriedly, as if he was unconcerned by it. The Bai clan has taken care of the 3rd elder. Hearing the news, the patriarch took a deep breath to calm himself before retracting his aura, making everyone let out a sigh of relief before speaking. "It seems you are right about Lu Tao, fellow Taoist Lin." A tinge of sadness could be heard in his voice, along with unrestrained wrath. Taoist Lin sighed regretfully while shaking his head before speaking. "I had my doubts, yet I never would have imagined the Bai clan to suddenly make their move." With the recent news of the mysterious figure that entered the earthly realm along with Bai Yu, it's safe to assume that they didn't want the news to spread, commented an elder. "I heard that the Bai clan's elder called that person Senior," added another elder while stroking his beard. The conversation broke amongst the elders as the patriarch remained silent, his gaze resting on Taoist Lin, who was strangely quiet as well. "Fellow Taoist Lin, what's on your mind?" asked the patriarch, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Hearing the patriarch's question, Taoist Lin let out a sigh before he turned his gaze towards the patriarch. Seeing his solemn look, the patriarch sat straighter in his seat, his face turning serious as he waited for him to speak. "I heard a piece of particular news, my patriarch," he spoke calmly. Yet when all those present heard what he said, everyone's eyes hardened as they waited for him to continue speaking. It was known that when Taoist Lin said he heard a piece of particular news, that news was always true, and the matters it was usually involved with was anything but small. Nodded the patriarch, ushering him to continue. "It seems like the person accompanying First Elder Bai Yu is an esteemed celestial." He spoke with a somber tone, making the hall go silent, as the news they just heard was too unbelievable. The patriarch was the first to break the silence. "How sure are you?" "Oh, I'm very sure, my patriarch. It seems that the celestial is none other than the famed immortal mentor." Not allowing them to recover from their shock, Taoist Lin dropped another unbelievable information on them. Impossible." "The esteemed immortal mentor? You mean to tell me he survived, and now he is visiting the Bai clan? No wonder they would make their move." "We should leave for the Bai clan, my patriarch. Yes, yes, this is that immortal mentor we are talking about. He may even help the patriarch with his bottleneck. Even though the news was unbelievable, none dared question Taoist Lin's credibility. Silence, spoke the patriarch with a booming voice filled with authority, silencing the hall as everyone respectfully waited for his orders. Looking around, the patriarch nodded in assent before speaking. The Bai clan is shamelessly trying to hide the esteemed immortal mentor from us. Send an envoy to the Swordmount sect. Now is time for us to set our differences aside. We shall march towards the shameless Bai clan. Cheering erupted amongst the elders as they all hastily took their leaves in preparation, leaving Taoist Lin and the patriarch alone. Old friend, I hope you are right about this, said the patriarch. This time his tone softened as he spoke to Taoist Lin. Do not worry, my friend. The immortal mentor is not one to choose sides. This is our only chance, replied Taoist Lin, his once hunched back straightened as it seemed to be able to pierce the sky itself. Looking at the appearance of his friend, the patriarch couldn't help but smile. When was the last time he saw him this excited? No, when was the last he himself was this excited? The immortal mentor. He lightly muttered as he gazed at the open entrance, his face full of respect, along with a hint of worship. Chapter 12. 4 beams of light soared through the sky, their destination the Bai clan's headquarters. The leading beam of light was also the brightest, shining bright with a deep blue color. This was none other than Omis. He mentally communicated with Bai Yu using his divine sense. So it turns out your Bai clan is situated here. He nodded with approval. Hearing his praise, Bai Yu's face lit up in happiness as he puffed his chest out in pride. Their Bai clan was considered as one of the top 3 holy lands of the earthly realm, along with the Void sect and the Swordmount sect. Their ancestral mountain was something that they were immensely proud of, and to hear it being praised by the immortal mentor himself. Bai Yu was ecstatic. It's nothing big, senior. I hope you wouldn't mind. He replied calmly, his tone betraying him as he tried to hide his grin. Looking at the mountain ahead, Omis was not impressed. He had seen mountains that would put the one in front of him to shame. He had visited palaces that would make the Bai clans look like dirt. Yet he didn't mention any of that, as it was true that in earthly standards, the Bai clan was indeed quite impressive. As Omis and the rest flew over to the mountain, the giant white array surrounding it opened up, allowing a group of people out. Leading them was the patriarch himself, while behind him were the elders. Strangely, the 4th and 5th elders were missing. As Omis flew closer, in a united booming voice, the entire disciples of the Bai clan, including the patriarch and the elders, shouted, "We humbly welcome the esteemed immortal mentor." In the sky, the patriarch along with the elders had their heads lowered in respect, while on the ground, rows of disciples were on their knees in worship. Looking at the scene facing him, Omis couldn't help but think, sigh, I must preserve my image of having an expert's demeanor. As he silently admonished himself in his heart, while he also couldn't help but feel satisfied when looking at everyone's worshipping gaze. Omis then proceeded to move his hands behind his back, as his gaze calmly observed the people present. Rise, he spoke in an authoritative voice that was heard in the ears of all those present. Slowly the patriarch was the first to lift his head, followed by the elders, before finally the disciples on the ground. Looking at the person in front of him, the patriarch gulped in nervousness. It was without a doubt the esteemed mentor. He couldn't help but feel his old heart jumping in excitement. This was a legendary figure, a true immortal, and he came to his own doorstep. At this moment the patriarch wished to kiss Bai Yu's head for convincing him to come. Just imagining the faces of those old monsters from the Void and Swordmount sect was enough to make him break out laughing, but he couldn't do such thing, not in front of the esteemed mentor. The thousands of disciples below all had different thoughts running through their minds. They had no idea who they were welcoming until the last minute when the patriarch himself made a speech that they would be hosts to the famous immortal mentor. A lot of people had their doubts at first, but the patriarch was not one to make jokes, and seeing the number of resources and preparations ordered dispelled a lot of their initial doubts, but now that the mentor was actually in front of their eyes, most were unable to believe it. This was a figure that roamed the world long before their era. a figure that had a direct hand in shaping the modern cultivation world. And that figure was in front of them. No one knew who it was that started it, but soon the sound of knees hitting the ground once more could be heard as the thousands of disciples kowtowed in worship. Looking at the scene, the patriarch felt immensely proud of his disciples and mentally shouted in his heart, "Yes, good disciples, good, good, good." He turned his attention back to Omis as he tried to study his facial expression, yet failing to find anything, as his face was as indifferent as it was before. "If Senior would follow this humble one," he said in a respectful tone as he moved his hand in front of him to allow Omis to pass first. Nodding, Omis flew first towards the peak of the ancestral mountain. Before leaving, the patriarch looked back at the thousands of disciples silently kowtowing on the ground before giving them a mental thumbs up. They had not made him lose face in front of the mentor. He then hastily followed after Omis along with the elders, temporarily pushing his worries of the sudden disappearance of the fourth and fifth elders to the corner of his mind. Their life talisman had not shattered, so they were at least still alive. Further away from the Bai clan's headquarters, two massive armies were steadily marching towards the clan. Their aura seemed to oppress the heavens itself as silently marched towards their destination. One of the armies had its cultivators don purple Taoist robes, their high-ranked elders and disciples rode purple clouds, while the rest marched on the ground in unison. This was the Void Sect's army. The second army was different. All their members had a sword equipped, while their high-ranked disciples and elders flew on top of flying swords, followed by an army of cultivators on the ground, all carrying swords. This was the Sword Mount sect, the #1 sword sect in the world. Following in a distance behind said two armies was a large number of mid-tier and small-tier sects and clans. Ever since the news of the immortal mentor being in the Bai clan, hundreds of sects and clans wanted to make their move, but none dared do so as the Bai clan was considered one of the 3 holy lands of the earthly realm. Yet when they heard that the other holy lands would be marching towards it, most clans and sects chose to follow behind. This was an opportunity no one could miss, as it could spell demise for the Bai clan, so most of those present hoped to reap some type of rewards out of it. As for the immortal mentor, some believed it to be true that he indeed was in the Bai clan. Others thought that this was nothing but fake news spread by the Void and Sword Mount sects to find a reason to get rid of one competitor. Chapter 13. Soon the patriarch led Omis towards the small wooden house located at the top of the mountain. Following behind were the Bai clan's elder. The third elder was not present, nor were the twin elders, yet the patriarch pushed that thought away for now, as in front of him was none other than immortal mentor. He took a deep breath to contain his excitement before respectfully pointing at the small house. "Do please accept our humble abode, Senior. Had we known beforehand, we would have made the necessary preparations for you." Looking around the mountaintop, Omis nodded while casually waving his hand before speaking. "No matter." As he approached the wooden house, he soon came to a halt, earning puzzled looks from the elders and patriarch as they saw him move one at the space in front of him. The finger seemed to blur for a sec, seemingly blinking in and out of existence before a giant majestic formation shaped like a dome emerged, covering the entire mountain. Above it, another layer emerged encompassing the entirety of the Bai clan, along with its surrounding lands. Looking at their clan's secret formation, seemingly weaving into existence at the wave of a finger, the patriarch felt a drop of cold sweat run down his spine. The others may not know what just happened, but he did. He turned around to look at his elders, all of whom had expressions of shock on their faces, before he took another deep breath while circulating his ki to calm him down. Not bad. So this level of formation survived, leisurely spoke Omis as he proceeded to enter the small wooden house as if it was his, not waiting for the patriarch or elders to react before they hurried after him. The patriarch's mind was in turmoil. The formation Omis had just activated was their clan's ultimate trump card, one with origins so mysterious even he did not know of. What he did know was that when activated, the formation had the power to hold off someone with the cultivation base of late-stage half-immortal. With such tremendous power, the clan was never in a dire situation where they were forced to use it. This was their last line of defense. Just activating it requires the help of the Patriarch and at least 4 elders for it to be used at full potential. It was impossible for anyone other than him, the head of the clan, to activate it. Yet just now, in front of his eyes, the immortal mentor took nothing but the wave of a finger to activate and deactivate it at will. What did he say not bad? What did he mean by this level? As expected of Senior, your strength truly knows no bounds for you to see through and use our Bai-clan's defense formation at will. I'm in awe. Quickly spoke the Patriarch. Following behind him, the elders also seemed to compose themselves. Truly worthy of being called the immortal mentor. Your knowledge is indeed inestimable, honored Senior. Indeed, I stand humbled in your presence, Senior. Hearing the various compliments being thrown at him made Omis rather uncomfortable as he quickly waved his hand at them to stop, and as if on cue, as soon as they saw him do that, all the elders turned silent. Satisfied, Omis then made his way inside, and with the Patriarch's ushering, situated himself at the head position. Sitting in the lotus position, he gently closed his eyes in deep thought. Looking at the celestial in front of them, a level of unprecedented pressure descended on everyone's hearts. He may have retracted his aura, yet they could still feel it. The natural aura of a transcended being. Very little was known about Celestial, all such knowledge almost all destroyed along with them. Yet it was without a doubt that the one in front of them was the most famous. His statues were spread all across the earthly with millions worshipping him. He had many names, some called him the benevolent Celestial, others hailed him as the god of knowledge, yet one name was agreed on by all, the immortal mentor. Looking at the seemingly young, handsome young man seated in front of him, the Patriarch soon found himself thinking about such things. All his titles are scholarly ones, he thought, yet none mentioned anything about his fighting prowess. Feeling the invisible aura pressing in on them, the Patriarch soon confirmed one thing. This was not the pressure of someone who had not seen battle. No, this was the aura of someone who walked thousands of battlefields and killed thousands of others. The Patriarch soon found himself chuckling while thinking, of course, what did I expect from someone who ascended? The things he must have experienced were probably more than any of them could imagine. How many people back in the previous era dreamed of ascending yet never making it? How many died along the way? How many corpses did he have to stand on before achieving what he had now? Perhaps that's why he chose the path of a mentor. He must have become tired of the bloodshed, so he descended to help the pave way to the mortals, to help them avoid all such sorrows and pain. As soon as his train of thought reached this, the Patriarch felt as if he was enlightened. He felt that for the first time, the path that had been so foggy for him had started to clear out. He could see it. He could see the way. Looking at Omis, his eyes that were wary a few minutes ago turned into ones full of admiration and worship. He had finally understood, and it was all thanks to the mentor in front of him. They did not exchange any words, yet he felt as if this was exactly what the mentor must have wanted. He could feel his cultivation rising. Jumping down to kowtow, the sound of his head hitting the ground broke the deafening silence. The elders stood in shock and confusion before the Patriarch spoke. Thank you, esteemed Senior. Thanks to your guidance, I can finally see the way I should take. Junior thanks the immortal mentor. Hearing their Patriarch, the elders stood in shock, their mouths open agape as realization dawned upon them. They did not know what the mentor had done, yet they could feel the changes in the Patriarch's cultivation base. The bottleneck he was stuck for countless years seemed to be cleared. Looking back at the Celestial seated at the front, who slowly opened his eyes as he looked at the Patriarch before gently nodding. Hearing that the Patriarch's eyes grew even brighter as he continued to kowtow, soon the elders followed suit as they dropped to their knees in worship. Looking at the scene in front of him, only one thought was in Omis's mind. What the fuck? Chapter 14. The sound of a loud horn echoed through the foot of the mountain. Disciples of the Bai clan could be seen bustling around with their defense preparations. One would imagine at least some of them to be scared or shocked, especially with the massive 2 armies that came knocking on their door. Yet all their eyes carried a similar hint of confidence, pride, and disdain even. And why would they not? Casting back their gaze at the peak of the mountain, with eyes filled with respect along with worship, their steps firm and steady as various disciples carried out their assignments in an orderly fashion. Back at the foot of the mountain, the patriarch of the Void sect, along with Taoist Lin, was hovering in the air on a purple cloud. Next to them was the Swordmount sect's patriarch and first elder, each standing on a sword that radiated an extreme dense sword aura. "Sword Devil, what do you think?" asked the Void sect patriarch as he looked at the giant formation surrounding the Bai clan. A frown soon found its way on the sword patriarch's old face as he gently stroked his well-trimmed beard. It seems that the rumors were true. The Bai clan did indeed have a miraculous formation. "Can you break it?" bluntly asked the Void sect's head. "Ha ha ha, break it? That's impossible. This formation seems to be able to hold off a full-blown attack from a late-stage ascension cultivator with ease, and if I dare say it might even still stand against a half-immortal one." Hearing the Sword Devil's reply made the Void sect patriarch go quiet for a second as he waited for him to continue speaking. "Breaking it is impossible, as if we even managed to break a hole, the formations would soon be able to regenerate and close it back. But it definitely is possible for us to open a hole through it. It will be small, but that's our best bet," replied the Sword Devil with a fierce voice full of conviction. He may not have the power to break through the formation himself, but with the help of their sect treasure, the situation changes, he thought as he gently caressed the small, seemingly ordinary sword on his hips. A cold glint flashed across the Void sect's patriarch's eyes as he coldly looked at the distant mountain peak in front of them. Immortal mentor, will he truly not take action? Shaking his head, he took a deep breath to calm his mind, pushing his thoughts to the back of his head before he looked back at the Sword Devil. "So be it. We shall take over after you break through." "Ha ha, old monster, you better. I am risking my sect's treasure if you don't keep your end of the promise well," grinned the Sword Devil. "Humph, I know," coldly replied the old monster. Satisfied with his reply, the Sword Devil made his way closer to the formation behind him. 4 elders stood on their swords respectively, 2 to his right and 2 to his left. Seeing the scene that was about to occur, the old monster called about a transparent shield that covered both him and the thousands of disciples from the Void sect. The Swordmount sect was also already prepared as all disciples fell to the ground and huddled. Together then, each and every one of them unsheathed their swords, then stabbed them on the ground, causing another transparent shield to surround them. The hundreds of minor sects that followed, however, did not know what was about to happen. Some of the smarter ones moved their disciples even further back away before calling forth their defenses. Others thought that they were already significantly far away from any backlash. Back on the Bai clan's mountain, all disciples had already finished their preparations and were in their positions. They watched as the Sword Devil moved, flew closer to the formation. Behind him were 4 elders. He then brought out a seemingly ordinary sword from his waist and pointed it towards the sky. The 4 elders behind him each unsheathed their own swords as well before they started chanting a strange incantation. Soon streaks of dazzling white light escaped from the 4 elders' swords, making their way to the Sword Devil's seemingly ordinary one. The sword that looked to be nothing but a mortal weapon started to glow in a blinding golden light before its size grew from its initial one to cover the entire sky. The Sword Devil no longer held the sword as it was too big. His right hand was pointing at the sky, along with the giant sword that seemed to be able to cut the sky open. Along with it, an extreme aura of bloodlust followed. The various minor sects that followed were soon under its pressure. The ones smart enough to retreat even further and call out their defense formations were better off than the ones that decided not to move as countless disciples fainted with blood oozing from their pores. Thousands of disciples with lower cultivation that were closer to the pressure were crushed to paste by it, causing those that retreated earlier to heave sighs of relief as they gazed at the giant sword that seemed as big as the mountain with fear and envy. The 4 elders that seemed to channel their energy to feed the giant sword slowly grew thinner as the giant sword turned brighter and brighter. The Sword Devil that was controlling it had his forehead covered in sweat as he gritted his teeth before he moved his hand down, ordering the sword to strike. A deafening sword cry echoed through the mountain as the giant sword seemed to struggle in defiance before finally dropping down towards the Bai clan's formation. Boom! As the two collided, an unprecedented explosion occurred, forcing the Void Sect and Swordmount Sect back a few steps. As for some of the unfortunate sects further behind, some were unlucky enough to be completely eradicated, with disciples and elders turning into dust. A giant dust cloud covered the Bai clan's mountain, hindering all those present from seeing whether the attack was successful. As they all sat waiting for the dust to subdue, an invisible type of pressure descended upon the Void and Sword Mount sects. Chapter 15. As the dust cloud slowly settled, a small ball of flame broke through before anyone could react. The flame hit and engulfed one of the four elders behind the Sword Devil. Piercing screams that didn't sound human escaped the elder's lips as his figure plummeted from the sky, hitting the ground before he went silent. Looking at the burning body on the ground, the Sword Devil's complexion turned red from rage as his bloodshot eyes turned back towards the Bai clan's formation. There, a small opening barely enough to fit 4 people was opened. "Old monster, what are you waiting for?" Recovering from his initial shock, the Void Sect's patriarch soon turned into a beam of purple light that flew towards the opening. Right behind him was Taoist Lean. The Sword Devil waited for them to take the lead before following. After him came the elders and countless disciples of the Void and Sword Mount sect, who followed closely behind. Rawa. No one knew who started it, but together the disciples and elders flew and marched side by side towards the opening. As soon as they passed it, they were greeted by the sight of the Bai clan's patriarch fighting against the Sword Devil and Old Monster. They fought high above the mountain as the shockwaves from their clash were enough to flatten the surroundings. Yet none of them dared to. The Bai clan's patriarch was unexpectedly able to hold his own against his 2 opponents. After exchanging a few blows, the trio moved back, the Old Monster and Sword Devil seemingly appraising the Bai clan's patriarch. "It seems like your cultivation has advanced, Taoist Bai," said the Void Sect's patriarch. "Why would you not inform us that the esteemed immortal mentor has descended?" Added the Sword Devil. The devilish glow in his eyes seemed to grow after seeing that the Bai clan's patriarch has managed to advance. "Humph. How shameless can you both be? You dare question the esteemed mentor's motives?" He smugly replied, his eyes quickly gazing back at the mountain top. Not bothering to reply, the duo resumed their assault. Far below, the 2 sides were also locked into battle. The Bai clan's disciples had the home advantage and were able to lay traps beforehand. So at the initial clash, the Void and Sword Mount's casualties were heavy. Limbs flew as the sounds of battle grew louder. The mountain that was green was quickly dyed red as countless bodies fell by the second. The disciples took the ground, fighting each other in close quarters combat. Various spells could be seen flying overhead, occasionally hitting a group of people, causing limbs and heads to fly. The elders, on the other hand, were fighting a little bit over the ground, their shockwaves occasionally ripping an unfortunate disciple to shreds, and way above them were the patriarchs. The Bai clan's members fought together in small squads of 4. Their coordination was perfect as each disciple protected the one next to him. Various golems activated with shocking strength, alongside countless traps, that made the Bai clan seem like fish in the water as they led their attackers around, slowly dwelling their numbers. The Void Sect and Sword Mount Sect, on the other hand, were hardly coordinated. Quite the opposite, they seemed to be wary from one another. No one knew when the other would turn on them. On one side of the battlefield, 2 Bai clan female disciples retreated as they found themselves surrounded by all sides. "Little fan, I will give you an opening, use that and regroup with the others." The older disciple quickly spoke to her junior, her beautiful face dirty with mud and dried blood, as she glared with venomous eyes at their attackers. Looking at her surroundings, Little Fan wanted to argue, yet one glance at her elder sister was enough to make her understand. She had already made her resolve, and there was no changing her mind. They had no time. Tears gathered at the corner of her eyes as she hurriedly used her sleeves to wipe them, which dirtied her face even more. Yet she did not care. Looking at her elder sister that turned back to give her one final warm smile, it was the most beautiful smile she had ever seen. She choked on her words as before she could manage to say anything, her elder sister had already moved. Come, you bastards, I'll take one of you with me. Her speed suddenly doubled as she appeared in front of two approaching attackers. Her right palm glowed golden as she quickly hit the Void Sect disciple, aiming for his head. He moved his hand in defense, yet her palm was too strong as she blew his hand to pieces. A crazed look on her face, disbelief filled his head as he failed to understand how she was suddenly this strong, before another palm followed, this time striking true and decapitating his head. She's burning her life force. Quick all together, a sword mount disciple shouted as his sword flew towards her side. Penetrating it, another sword soon followed from her back, causing her to cough blood. Looking at the scene, little Fan could not help herself as she screamed, "No!" Her vision blurred as she turned into a beam of light, quickly appearing behind the attacker that stabbed her elder sister from the back, her palms surrounded by ki, as she pushed them to his neck. Taken by surprise, the disciple fell dead to the ground, no knowing what hit him. Seeing his comrade fall to the ground, the Mount Sword disciple quickly withdraws his blade as he retreated, causing the elder sister's body to falter before following to the ground. Little Fan quickly dashed towards her, grabbing her before she hit the floor. Tears fell from her eyes continually as she looked at her older sister. Little Fan. Gazing back at her, she barely managed to speak with a bloodied smile before a flying sword cut through the sky, taking her head with it. Elder sister, no! Looking at the headless body on her arms, little Fan seemed to turn crazy as she screamed with her eyes red. She turned to look for the culprit, the sword mount disciple from before, with a smug grin on his face as he held his hand for his sword to come back before licking the blood of it. That seemed to be the final straw for little Fan as she screamed with rage, yet before she could attack, a giant hammer fell on the Mount Sword disciple, crushing his head and flattening him to pieces. A tall, bold, muscular Bai clan disciple appeared holding the bloodied hammer, his face full of hate, before he turned his gaze towards little Fan. A small, sad, hopeless smile drew on his lips. Chapter 16. As the fight raged on, so did the casualties. Countless disciples fell by the dozens. The smaller sects that were situated outside of the mountain dared not to make a move as they continued watching the battlefield. It was unclear who held the advantage, as both sides seemed to have suffered immensely, yet the most important factor was the absence of the immortal mentor. With him still not here, no one from the smaller sects dared make any rash decisions. Most came here in to watch the fight unfold between the Holy Lands, others came to confirm the news of the immortal mentor, and some came in hopes of reaping rewards from the losing party. Back on top of the Bai clan's mountain, the fight between the heads of the Holy Lands continued. Taoist Bai seemed to be in a bad shape, as his robes laid in tatters, a small sword wound rendered his left hand useless, yet his eyes still shone brightly in defiance. Just give Taoist Bai. You certainly are stronger than both of us. Unfortunately, you have yet to stabilize your cultivation base, spoke the old monster. Ha ha ha, who would have thought this day would come? Heartily laughed the sword devil. Glaring at his attackers, Taoist Bai's brain spun continually as he started thinking, where are the fourth and fifth elder? Damn it, could they have failed? No, that's not possible, but then what? What exactly happened? Not giving him any time to rest, the duo resumed their attacks, with the sword devil directly confronting the Bai clan's patriarch with the support from the spells of the old monster. The sounds and shockwaves of their fight carried throughout the entire battlefield sky. Yet one place, however, remained untouched by this, and that was the small little wooden cabin at the top of the mountain. It seemed as if the trio deliberately avoided moving their fight to that particular place. There were no aura fluctuations, nor were there any indications of that small cabin being occupied. Yet the sword devil and old monster clearly felt it. Their subconscious screamed danger every time they looked at that place. None of them was a stupid person, so they had clearly guessed that Tat must be the resting place of the esteemed immortal mentor, which made avoid it like plague. Yet for the Bai clan's patriarch, this was an advantage as he stayed relatively close to the cabin's perimeter, effectively using the pressure against his attackers who were unable to fight full strength in fear of offending the mentor. Down below, closer to the ground, was the Elders' battlefield. For the Bai clan, this was their worst frontier. They were missing the twin elders, who were also considered the strongest among the clan's elders. This forced the Bai clan into a bad situation, where they had already lost one elder with another seriously injured. The rest all had signs of exhaustion on their faces. With the absence of the fourth and fifth elders, most of the burdens fell on Bai Yu's shoulders as the one to bring the immortal mentor to them. The other elders all looked at him with a gaze filled with hope, looking at them and their attackers. Bai Yu sighed. Strangely, a few seconds of quiet suddenly descended upon the battlefield. All sides broke from their fights as if they had previously agreed to. With both sides looking at each other, no matter were they simple disciples or elders, all the fights came to a united pause. No one knew why or how such strange silence came to be, yet most cultivators did not care for it, gave all of them a few moments to catch their breaths. As the silence prevailed, the disciples let their gazes wander across the battlefield. There on the ground laid countless of their brothers and sisters, some dead by stab wounds, others decapitated, some corpses intact, others unrecognizable. As the silence continued, countless thoughts came flooding through their minds. None of the disciples present had ever participated in a war, an actual war. The current state of the earthly realm was a relatively peaceful one. Sure, there were the occasional subjugation missions, yet no, this was a nightmare. With a thick smell of blood in the air, a red mist seemed to hover above the ground, giving the scene an even gloomier mood. Looking at such a battlefield made a few disciples unconsciously lower their weapons. Shay! A sharp sound of something cutting through the air broke the silence as countless eyes fell on the culprits. There in the air, two shadows seemingly emerging out of thin air materialized in front of a void sect elder, followed by a quick flash of light before the two shadowy figures retreated behind Bai Yu. Surprisingly, these two were the twin elders. As the shocked spectators watched, the void sect elder's arms slowly fell from his body to the ground. The elder himself was in shock as he raised his head to look at his armless hands. Yet before he could say anything, a thin red line opened from his neck, as his head soon followed his arms to the ground below. The silence once again resumed this time, yet for different reasons before the roaring and fighting resumed. With that as a cue, the two sides once again clashed with each other as limbs and body parts flew in the air, the red mist surrounding the battlefield turning thicker. That his two elders have returned brought a smirk on Taoist Bai's face as he laughed heartily before throwing himself towards his opponents, who had a grim expression on theirs. With the fourth and fifth elders back, the tides of the battle once again seemed to change as it grew harder to guess who would emerge victoriously. It was at this moment, however, that something finally happened. The small wooden cabin that stood in the center of the battlefield, seemingly unconcerned by it, suddenly exploded as an aura so heavy followed, forcing all fights to a halt. The pressure the aura contained forced all three patriarchs and all elders to the ground with their heads lowered. None was able to see the person who walked out of the ruined cabin, yet all could clearly feel him. The aura he carried was so vast and boundless that it left everyone huffing for breath. No one was able to raise their heads. The three patriarchs in particular were sweating bullets as their minds went overdrive. Is the immortal mentor angry? Wasn't it said that the mentor did not concern himself with mortal affairs? How did we disrespect him? Ah ha ha ha, it's you! You survived as well! A loud voice boomed in the ears of everyone present as a second aura similar in intensity to that of the immortal mentor arrived. A second celestial. What is happening? Why is there another immortal? Looking at the figure hovering above the mountain, Omis's eyes narrowed into slits as he spoke to the old white-bearded old man. So it's you. How could Omis ever forget those hollow white eyes that stared back at him? Chapter 17. The two celestials stood quietly, each staring the other up and down. Omis's expression was calm as studied his opponent. The old man, however, had his mouth wide open, a grin plastered on it as he looked at Omis. Wait, is it really you? He spoke as he studied Omis's features, his white eyes lingering for a few seconds over his scar, a strange smirk on his face. Looking at the old man floating in the air, Omis's scar tingled with an unfamiliar pain, his brows furrowed as he refrained from replying. Instead, he fully rotated his cultivation base, unleashing his entire aura that seemed to carry enough might to reach the heavens. Cracking sounds resounded in everyone's ears like thunder as Omis cracked his neck. His face, that had an indifferent expression on it, suddenly changed, as a small smile made its way on his lips. As this primordial aura was released, all the disciples alongside the elders on the Bai Mountain and the clans surrounding it, regardless of where they were from, fainted. The only people to barely keep their senses were the three patriarchs along with Taoist Lin and the twin elders. Yet none of them seemed to be in a good position. With sweat constantly falling from their brows, their hearts seemed to have come to a full stop, as they could not, no, they dared not try and raise their heads. What is with this unbelievable pressure? We are nothing but ants to them. The gap between us was this big. Is this the real power of the immortal mentor? Various thoughts occupied their minds as they struggled against the sheer power pressing on them like a giant mountain on their backs. Only one of them seemed to carry a different expression on his face, a mixture of shock, denial, and ultimately hope. That person was none other than the mysterious Taoist Lin that accompanied the leader of the Void sect. His brain was spinning as he struggled to believe what was happening. Could this possibly be the legendary realm? Wait, if it is then the prophecy. Feeling the deep, unfathomable power that Omis was unleashing, the old man's expression seemed to waver for a second. You broke through. Not bothering to reply, Omis suddenly vanished from his place and reappeared behind the old man and threw a quick punch at him. The old man barely had the time to move his hands up in front of his chest in defense against the coming attack. Boom! A deafening sound echoed throughout the mountain as the old man was sent flying through the air. Right behind him was Omis, who with a quick wave of his hand made a blue transparent shield surround the mountain and its occupants. With the appearance of the shield, the patriarchs along with the twin elders and Taoist Lin all found themselves able to breathe and move again. Boo! The sounds of the shocking battle caught their attention as they all found themselves unable to tear their eyes from it. No one had any thoughts of resuming their fight. How could they? The scale of the battle they were witnessing was something from the legends. It was two real living celestials fighting, and one of them was none other than the immortal mentor. Such opportunities do not come every day. Perhaps they could learn something or even attain enlightenment. And with the shield that the mentor had created it to protect them, all of their minds were at ease. So with such thoughts, the group soon silently sat down, cross-legged, as they observed the fight above them. It seemed as if the heavens were truly collapsing. The immortal mentor's aura was materialized in a shining, bright blue light that surrounded him, making the onlookers unable to truly make out his figure. Black cracks opened up in the sky surrounding him, causing the entire realm to shake as if on the verge of collapsing. Soon, people who lost conscience earlier regained their senses, yet the first scene they all saw was that of their world collapsing. Chaos soon found its way to the crowd of disciples, yet before things could escalate even further, the patriarchs, as if they had already agreed before, stood up together. "Calm down, you damned morons! Can't you see the shield the esteemed mentor had created to protect us?" First spoke up the sword devil. "Humph, Void sect, settle down." Then came the old monster as he ordered his disciples and elders to calm down. "All of you, watch closely. This is not an opportunity any of you want to miss. If one is lucky, you may even attain enlightenment," finally added the Bai clan's patriarch. Not long after, a strange scene could be seen on the Bai clan's mountain. The mountain that was just moments ago a battlefield, with rivers of blood and thousands of corpses, was now deadly silent. The only sounds that could be heard was that of the battle raging above. Thousands of disciples sat side by side, no matter their origins, as they watched the fight, their breath stuck in their throats. A little further away from the mountain, similar scenes could be seen as the various smaller sects sat down observing the fight above in the heavens. The two sides in the sky were as bright as the sun. No, they overshadowed the sun. One was light blue, the other an obsidian black. No one could really follow their movements. The only thing they could see was a sea of blue smashing against a sea of black. The sky itself was split open into two sides. The sun seemed to retreat, and every time the two sides clashed, the shockwaves created various dark vortexes that opened out of thin air. They looked like the jaws of a monster ready to pounce on you. Just looking at them gave shivers to all those present. Those vortexes seemed to lead into the abyss itself. Chapter 18. The sky darkened as countless void cracks emerged in the sky above. Both Omis and the old man came to a simultaneous pause, their divine energy surrounding each of them as they stared at each other quietly. The silence was deafening as countless cultivators below felt their hearts stop as the fight came to a sudden halt. The old man was the one to break the silence. "You have broken through." His voice seemed a bit bitter as a faint smile made its way to his face before he suddenly retracted his aura completely. "Indeed, it has not been long since I did," replied Omis as he as well retracted his aura. The crowd below was confused as the two celestials that seemed to have been fighting to death moments ago were now casually conversing as if nothing had happened. Were all celestials this weird? "Ha ha ha, that means I still have a chance to surpass you," said the old man, smiling. "You wish, old man," grinned Omis. The two looked at each other for a second before they burst out laughing. Soon after they flew back down to the ground, where the old man grabbed Omis's shoulders, a soft smile on his face. "It's been a while, my friend." Grabbing his shoulders as well, Omis replied, "It sure has been, Addy. Come, we have a lot of catching up to do." Nodding, Omis turned around facing the crowd on top of the Bai clan's mountain and spoke in a loud, authoritative voice. "I have some matters to discuss with my friend. I do not want any interruptions, understood." His eyes seemed to pierce through the three heads of the Holy Lands as they bowed even deeper, not daring to raise their heads. "We understand, Senior," they all simultaneously replied. With a wave of his hand, Omis dismissed the shield that surrounded the sects and clan before turning his head towards Addy. "Shall we?" he said. "Ha, after you." Soon the two celestials casually strolled up the mountain, in mere seconds reaching the peak. The little cabin was no more so. Addy flicked his wrist, causing two golden prayer mats to appear before they both sat down. Omis, on the other hand, brought out a gourd of wine from his spatial ring and poured one cup for Addy and one for himself. They did not speak as they both downed their cups in one go. "Ah, good wine, the heavenly phoenix." "Yes, I got it from Drunken Crow. That stingy bastard agreed to give you an entire gourd. Haha, I had to trade a 9-leaf ghost flower for it." "That makes more sense," nodded Addy, the silence once again returning as both men enjoyed the wine. Omis's face was complicated as he looked at Addy, who seemed to be in deep thought. This old man was his very good friend and clanmate from the game, and it was precisely him who helped guide him to heaven from the mortal realm. Before, Addy was always ahead in terms of cultivation, yet due to some real-life circumstances, he had to put the game on hold for a few weeks, and by the time he came back, Omis had already caught up. They traveled together, went on countless quests together, and constantly strived to surpass the other. Omis could not imagine the game without his friend. But looking at Addy in front of him, something seemed a bit different. The Addy he knew was the same age as him they met when the game first launched 9 years ago, and have been together ever since. Omis found it strange that he remembered all his in-game experiences and friends, yet nothing of the real world. Looking at Addy that seemed lost in thought, Omis downed his cup, feeling the burning sensation of the wine going down his throat before asking, "Addy, what happened?" Hearing Omis's question, Addy's body visibly shuddered, but he did not look back. He just continued looking at the sky. Omis patiently waited for him to speak. As his heart starting beating faster, he was nervous. He did not know why exactly, but he could feel that Addy's aura change when he asked him. He could feel the whole demeanor surrounding him change to a distant one filled with melancholy and sadness. But underneath all that was a deep, unfathomable rage. It was hidden, but it did not escape Omis's eyes. After a few minutes of silence, he sighed before speaking. "They died." It took Omis a few seconds trying to understand what Addy meant before he asked, "They? Who? Who died, Addy?" Everyone. I'm not sure I understand, Addy. Pouring another drink for himself, Addy sighed once more before replying, How long has been since you woke up? Woke up? You mean here in the game? Hearing his question, Addy chuckled before saying, Huh, a game, oh I wish. Addy, you are not making any sense. It's been probably about a few days since I woke up in my throne room. Next thing I know, the damned heavenly realm is all in ruins. None of the sects or mountains seem to have survived whatever the hell happened. Hell, half of my damn mountain was missing. You are lucky, Omis. Really lucky? What do you mean? How long has it been since you woke up? Hearing Omis's question, Addy finally turned his gaze towards him, his eyes sharp, yet seemed to contain a hint of madness inside them as he spoke. 10,538 years. I have been on this godforsaken land for 10,530 years, shouted Addy. His white eyes seemed to burn with hate and madness as he screamed, What? Omis was unable to speak, his mind spinning in his head as various thoughts flooded his brain. Before he can say anything, Addy continued, At first I wasn't alone. Our entire clan was transported hell, the entire heavenly realm cultivators were transported. No one knew why, and no one remembered anything besides our in-game experiences. It was as if our real life never existed. It drove a few people insane, some went crazy and blew up their souls, others had to be put down. It was then that it happened. The great cleansing, they called it, damned crazy bastards. As he reached the end of his speech, Addy's bloodlust soared through the sky, causing the very mountain below them to shake. Omis, on the other hand, was completely in shock. Chapter 19. The three patriarchs were in an awkward situation. They sat down in the middle of the Bai clan's main hall. The survivors of each sect sat behind their respective patriarch, forming a huge line and filling the hall to the brim. The mood was tense as each side glared at the other, with the Bai clan's disciples fuming with anger and embarrassment. These people had just attacked their homes, killed their brothers and sisters, and tried to kill them. And now they have to sit down with them. No one was satisfied, but they had no choice. The immortal mentor was very clear, and no one was ready to be on the receiving end of such a legendary figure. Just remembering the fight from before was enough to make their blood turn cold. Cough, Taoist Bai, what do you say we let bygones be bygones? The Void Sect leader was the first to break the silence with an awkward cough as he asked, Humph, how shameless can you be, old monster? Ha, we may have failed in exterminating you, but you do realize that your losses were heavy, smirked the Sword Devil. Ah ha ha ha, my losses? Oh, Sword Devil, have you finally turned senile? Hearing the Bai clan's patriarch's mocking tone made the Sword Devil's face turn red as he shouted, Don't get too cocky, Taoist Bai. While it's true our side have suffered as well, you are in no type of advantage whatsoever. Failing to control his temper, a little bit of the Sword Devil's aura leaked. Calm down, Sword Devil. Don't forget the esteemed mentor's warning, hurriedly urged the old monster. The Bai clan's patriarch, on the other hand, merely smirked in disdain. It was no secret that the Swordmount sect leader had a short temper, so he hoped to use that against him, so that he may bring down the wrath of the immortal mentor upon the Sword Devil. It was then that an indescribable killing aura engulfed the entire mountain, causing it to tremble and making all those present shake in fear. You damned fool, you went and did it. The mentor is angry, hissed the Void Sect leader as he dropped to his knees and kowtowed towards the direction of the mountain peak. Following him were the Void Sect disciples and elders. Right after they dropped, the Bai clan's patriarch and his clan followed. The Sword Devil was the last, as his heart almost came to a halt as he felt the killing intent. I messed up. The mentor is angry. He is angry at me. With cold sweat covering his back, he dropped to kowtow as well, followed by his shivering sect members. Meanwhile, at the peak of the mountain, Omis was still in shock from the news Addy told him. He found it very hard to believe that Addy has been here for thousands of years. This was not hundreds we were talking about. It was thousands. He had so many questions that he did not pay much attention to the killing intent Addy was releasing and the effect it had on the people below. Addy, I need you to explain a little bit more so I can understand. As he regained his bearings, Omis asked. Taking another deep breath to calm himself, Addy retracted his killing intent as the mountain slowly settled down and stopped shaking. A distant look soon took over his face as he seemed to recall some memory. Slowly he started to speak, his voice calm but steady. I don't remember what I was doing, nor do I remember if I logged it, if you want to call it that. He paused, his body visibly shuddering as he seemed to struggle to speak, but he continued. What I do remember, as if it was yesterday, was when I woke up. I didn't wake up in my throne room as you did. No, I woke up in our clan's headquarters. I wasn't the only one, almost all our clanmates were there, Boss the damned crow, hey. He chuckled bitterly before pouring another drink to himself. The ones that were missing were you, Savage Rain, Daimyo, and Autumn. No one knew how we got there or why, and as I said, no one remembered anything of our real life. The more we tried to, the more it seemed to slip away from our grasp. He extended his palm as if to grab something before letting it fall back down. Omis remained quiet as he let him continue his story. The following days, or was it weeks? I don't quite remember. You see, the years tend to cause this to you. You start to forget. Anyways, the following days were spent trying to understand more about our situation. There was no more game system that made things easier, nothing. Using our cultivation, prowess came to us naturally, as if we had been doing it for years. He paused to drink his wine before resuming. One thing that we ended up finding was that the gate to the mortal realm was closed. The gate? Yes, the gate. We were essentially caged in heavens. It wouldn't have been that bad, but we were unable to traverse to any of the outer worlds either. The first year was one of the worst. A lot of people were unable to accept such reality. All of us knew that we did not truly belong here, that there was a real life, or so we thought. The people that tried to delve into their memories, those that tried to remember, changed the more they pushed themselves to remember, the crazier they turned. They lost control of their cultivation base, along with any sort of sanity they had. They attacked everyone and everything that their eyes came across, with no regards of who it was. His voice cracked as he struggled to maintain his composure. His eyes turned wet. He held his head with both his hands as he continued. Lana, she turned into one of them. By the end, he was unable to contain his tears as he sobbed. Lana, Omis knew who that was. It was Addy's Dao partner in-game, and they also... Wait, they also what? There was something else, but he was unable to recall what. As he tried to, a cooling sensation washed over him and made him forget. Huh? What just happened? He could feel that something interfered with his train of thought. It was like a veil that covered his brain. Before he could think about it any further, Addy spoke. I killed her. I had to... Sob. She came at me with the intent to kill. I didn't mean to. Sob. I remember her, Omis. I remember her. She was my wife. With that, he broke down crying. And as if a fog was cleared in his head, Omis remembered Addy and Lana. They knew each other from real life. The time Addy had to take a break for a few weeks off the game was because he was getting married. How could he forget? Addy had bragged about the news all month before his wedding. How could he forget? After Addy came back, he did not come back alone. No, he brought his wife with him to the game. Looking at the sobbing figure of Addy, Omis was unable to find the words to say. Chapter 20. On top of one of the mortal world's most famous peaks were two men sitting on praying mats. One was an extremely handsome white-haired young man. Sitting in front of him was an old man with long grey hair and even longer white beard. One would mistake him for an ordinary mortal, if not for his eyes. His eyes were anything but that. Both his pupil and iris were white. These two were none other. Then Addy and Omis, recalling his story, Addy was unable to control his emotions. As he broke down crying, Omis sat down in front of him with a somber expression on his face. Not knowing what to say or how to comfort his friend, he just quietly filled his wine cup as he waited for him to get it out of his chest. Lana, oh Lana. A sigh escaped his lips as he thought of the energetic girl that followed both him and Addy around whenever they went. With both him and Addy to support her, her journey to heaven was a breeze. Unlike most cultivators, once she did ascend, Addy had a spot ready for her on their clan. She was the joy-maker of their alliance. Whenever she went, laughter followed. Thinking about her, Omis found it hard to believe that she was truly gone, that such a person snapped and attacked her husband. His eyes unintentionally reddened as he wiped the tears that gathered. Unable to contain another sigh, he poured another cup for himself. "You know, I think she remembered something." "No, I know she did." "What do you mean?" quietly asked Omis. With his eyes still looking at the distance, Addy replied, When I stabbed her." As he spoke, his gaze turned down to his palms before he continued. "She looked at me, straight in my eyes, and smiled. She was so beautiful." With tears covering his face, he continued. "She gently caressed my cheek and whispered a name. It was then that remembered who she was. The name was my own, but I was unable to remember it. I still am unable to remember it." He shouted with rage as his fist came down on the mountain, causing it to shake like a leaf. "It was but a fleeting moment, Omis. Right then I remembered everything. I am sure I did, but when she died in arms, everything went with her. Everything." Covering his face with both hands, Addy continued. "She called out another name, Noah." Saying that, he suddenly clenched his head as if in pain. Jumping to his feet, Omis ran to his side. Addy, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I don't know who this name belongs to, but whenever I recall it, my heart tightens. It's been thousands of years. Why couldn't I forget? Why does this name feel so dear to me?" He shouted as he grabbed Omis's shoulders, asking, "Tell me, Omis, please tell me." By the end, his voice quieted down. Why does it seem like my heart is split open whenever I recall this name, and why am I afraid of doing so? Why does it seem so dear to me, and why am I afraid of remembering? Addy, Holding his hand to stop Omis from continuing, Addy spoke with a sad smile on his face. "It's okay, my friend." Gulping down his cup, Addy's face flushed red as he continued. "I apologize for ranting. I didn't have a lot of people to talk to for a while, you see," he said with a mocking chuckle. "You know there is no need for apologies between us," replied Omis as he emptied what was left on the bottle between both of their cups. "Oh? It's already finished." "Such a shame," said Addy while shaking his head in regret. "N." Savoring the last cup, Addy resumed his story. "After that, boss set out a search to find you guys who were missing, with the secondary goal to gather information. They moved in squads. I was not in a very good situation to go out there at the time, so I remained in the headquarters." "You stayed alone?" "Huh. Of course not. You speak like you don't know the boss." With a small chuckle, Omis replied, "I figured there is no way he'd send everyone and leave you alone to hold the base." "Hey, I think you are forgetting that I am one of the first 10 to ascend." "I am quite strong, Mr. Need my help to ascend," mocked Addy. "Oh, I think you are forgetting that I just wiped the floor with you just now," replied Omis with a smirk. The duo then glared at each other in silence for a few seconds before bursting out laughing. "Ah, I really missed you, my friend," silently said Addy. "What's that?" "I didn't quite hear that," grinned Omis. "Ah, shut up." A strange scene was taking place that day on the Bai clan's mountain. Two people, one young and the other old enough to be his grandfather, laughed and drunk together as they reminisced the past. Sounds of their laughter echoed through the mountain all the way down towards the main hall of the Bai clan. The three Holy Land disciples and leaders had their faces down as they kowtowed in respect, their hearts full of confusion as they cursed. One minute they are shouting, the next they are laughing. What the hell is going on? The Bai clan's patriarch, on the other hand, had different thoughts on his mind. "I don't think the mountain is going to hold on any longer. Please, seniors, I beg of you, stop hitting it," he bitterly cried out in his heart. Back at the peak, the mood between the duo was now more relaxed as they shared stories of their adventures. As the sun finally began setting, Addy somberly spoke. "Omis." Sensing the change in mood, Omis straightened in his seat before replying. "Yes? They know we are here." "Who?" "The Hive." "The what?" "That's what they called themselves before they attacked Heaven, and they know we survived." "I'm not sure I am following Addy. I have so many questions I need to ask." "Not enough time, my friend. They have already arrived," replied Addy with an icy look on his face as he looked at the distance. Chapter 21. Inside the Bai clan's main hall, a strange scene was taking place. The leaders of the mortal realm's 3 holy lands were kowtowing in the direction of the peak of the mountain. Behind them were their respective disciples and elders, dropped on their hands and knees in kowtow as well. Such a scene, if seen from an outsider perspective, would cause chaos, as it was simply too unbelievable. These 3 men stood at the top of the mortal realm. They lead thousands of people under them and bow down to no one. Yet here they were, all on their hands and knees together. No of them found it to be strange, nor did anyone present dare to voice their dissatisfaction. After all, the ones they were paying their respect to was none other than esteemed celestials. It mattered not how famous or how much power you wielded in the mortal realm. In the end, one is nothing but a mere mortal. To become a celestial was to shed your mortal skin. The two were on completely different levels. It was then that space above their heads suddenly contorted as the shining figure of Omis appeared, basking the entire hall in a holy blue light. Along with it came the pressure. The hearts of everyone present came to a halt, none daring to utter a word as they waited for the esteemed celestial to speak. "Raise your heads," he ordered with a voice full of authority and dignity, making everyone unconsciously raise their heads. As they looked at the glowing figure lightly floating above the ground, a strange sense of worship and respect filled their hearts. They could not look at Omis straight, as the hazy blue light surrounding him made it impossible to directly look at him. "Take cover. A fight way above that of your caliber is about to take place, and I cannot guarantee your safety," coldly said Omis, as his eyes scanned the group of people in the hall. Without adding another word, Omis teleported away. As soon as he left, the hall was strangely silent for a few seconds as everyone tried to process what had just happened before breaking into chaos. "Old monster, what are we to do?" anxiously asked the Swords Devil as he looked around the Void sect leader, his eyes occasionally darting towards the Bai clan's patriarch. "Taoist Bai, we should put our differences behind for now. We don't have much of a choice," replied the old monster. The head of the Bai clan remained silent for a few seconds as he weighed his options. While it's true the feud between him and the other Holy Lands was something not easily forgotten, the situation they have in hand was certainly something his clan couldn't deal with alone. None of them could. What kind of calamity was upon them that even the esteemed Celestial himself came and warned them? His eyes hardened as he turned to look back towards the Void and Mount Sword sect leaders. "I understand," he solemnly replied. In the perimeter of the Bai clan's mountain, where the middle and smaller sects were camping, a similar situation was happening. Addy was the one in charge of informing them of the upcoming battle, leaving them confused and nervous. A messenger was sent from the Bai clan towards these various smaller sects and clans, inviting them to form a temporary alliance in the face of the upcoming calamity. All of the sects were delighted by the news. Soon an unprecedented scene was taking place. Hundreds of small sects and clans were marching towards the Bai clan. Inside, various disciples and even elders were busy cleaning the battlefield of what most thought as a pointless fight. Countless dead bodies. The mood was low and the tension was still high between the Holy Lands, yet no serious fights broke down because of the looming threat breathing down everyone's necks. The higher-ranked elders and the representatives of each of the smaller sects and clans were gathered together, installing various layers of defensive formations. The Bai clan's main formation was the last lane of defense above that was various smaller formations surrounding the entire mountain, making glow a faint multicolored light. "Tell about this hive, Addy." "Whatever you do, don't you ever let the blood touch you," solemnly said Addy as he looked at Omis with an extremely serious expression. "Blood?" puzzledly asked Omis, yet before he could get an answer, the sky suddenly changed. The night sky above the mountain suddenly brightened with an ominous bloody red color. It looked like a giant red palm split the sky in half as a sea of red was made visible. "What the—" Omis's words stopped in his throat as hundreds of completely red figures descended from beyond the sky. "Here they come," shouted Addy as his aura shot towards the sky. As the figures flew closer to their positions, Omis was able to make out their appearances. They looked relatively humanoid. The strange parts were their face and arms. In the middle of their faces was a single eye that stared back at them, devoid of any type of emotion. The arms were abnormally long, with what looked like sharp claws, and their entire bodies were completely red. Not the type of red the demons Omis was familiar with. No, this was different. "Brother, stay focused and watch the arms," shouted Addy, bringing back Omis to his senses. The aura he felt from them was not that strong, similar to that of profound immortal, but their numbers were large. Before he could say anything, Addy shot forward in a beam of light, a bloodthirsty aura surrounding him as he laughed evilly. "Come, show me how much you improved. I bet I can still take down more than you." "Ha ha ha," shouted Addy as he quickly arrived in front of the first attacker. His left hand shot out with lightning-fast speed and precision as he grabbed his neck. He then surrounded his right hand with a layer of chi, reinforcing it as it shot straight towards the creature's eye. Pushy. A sickening sound was heard as Addy pierced the eye and then quickly retreated, shaking his hand and dispersing the chi as the blood fell down on the formation bellow and not allowing any drop touch him. Looking at the scene of his longtime friend in battle, Omis found himself getting excited as it had been a while since they last fought side by side. Not wanting to be outdone, he quickly turned to a beam of light as he shot towards his target. "Oh, we'll see about that, old man. You'll lose, and then you better bring out that wine. I know you are hiding, you stingy bastard, haha." Chapter 22. Boom! Boom! The sounds of loud, deafening explosions echoed throughout the Bai clan's mountain. The mortal cultivators were all huddled inside the defensive formations. The leaders operated them, while the various disciples channeled their chi towards them to help strengthen the formations. The esteemed mentor had done more than enough by summoning another defensive layer to protect them, yet even that was not enough to completely protect them. The mountain shook as the immortals clashed. The surrounding land had long since been laid to waste by the shockwaves. No one could keep up with the fight above. All they could see were two bright lights clashing against the sea of red. Every time the two parties clashed, a few drops of dark red blood fell on the ground or on top of the defensive formation. It was these drops that made all those present suck a cold breath of air, because everything the droplets touched seemed to change. The ground surrounding the mountain slowly started to look like the destroyed heavenly realm. As the grass turned blood red and the trees died out, the defensive formation was still holding on, but no one knew for how long as the blood seemed to corrode even it. 21, shouted Omis. His face had a wide grin as he removed his sword from the red attacker with one swing, gracefully avoiding all drops of blood. 23 factorial, ha ha ha, came the loud laughing voice of Addy as he decapitated another figure with his bare hands before plucking out its eye. "Stop cheating, you damned old man," replied Omis with a fake angry voice as he proceeded towards his next victim. The fight was relatively easy. No, it was too easy. He did not know how these things could have brought heavens down. Quickly examining the ground bellow, Omis noticed that all the mortal cultivators had heeded his warning and gathered inside the mountain to protect themselves. The area surrounding the mountain, however, was changing at a worrying pace, as he was deep. In thought, he unconsciously dodged his attacker's claw attack before retaliating with a swing of his sword, decapitation his arm. Just as he was about to stab his head, Addy suddenly teleported behind the monster and then lightly tapped the back of his head before teleporting away. Boom! The head exploded, sending blood splattering all around the place. Addy's laughing voice came from another part of the battlefield. 24. "Damn it, Addy, are we back to kill stealing again?" Angrily shouted Omis as he dismissed the transparent shield of chi he had summoned to protect himself from the blood shower. "You are just too slow. Did you really break through to the god realm?" teased Addy as he killed yet another attacker. 25. His figure seemed to dance around the sky, gracefully killing the monstrosities left and right. "Oh, you want to see the real power of a god realm cultivator? Fine, don't blame me for this, Addy, you brought this on yourself. I was trying to be considerate." Just as Addy was about to reply, the air surrounding Omis suddenly changed. The hazy blue light surrounding him disappeared. In its stead, a blinding golden light erupted, shooting towards the red sky above. After that, a deep obsidian black light that seemed to be able to suck everything that started too deep into it surrounded his body. The faint outline of white crown materialized on top of his white hair, gently floating there. Omis's eyes were closed as the pressure his body began exuding forced all the monsters to drop towards the ground, unable to lift their heads. The formations above the mountain shattered with a bang, as a pressure unlike that any of those present ever felt seeped in. The mountain itself started to shake. Addy, who was still flying in the sky, was the least affected as he was the closest one to the god realm, yet the pressure made him unable to move freely as he gritted his teeth in defiance. Looking back at the mountain full of fear-stricken mortals, he clicked his teeth and struggled to move under the pressure. Ugh, gee! With a loud shout, Addy quickly draws a few hand singles in the air, causing his chi to open a portal surrounding the cultivator's bellow, teleporting them away from this area. Should he leave them, none of them would be able to survive. As the cultivators teleported away to safety, Addy turned his attention back to Omis, who still had his eyes closed. His aura was still rising sharply as the red sky turned to bright golden one, dispelling the bloody clouds. The area surrounding his body, on the other hand, was a sharp contrast to the golden color shooting out towards the sky. It was a deep, abyssal black. Damn it, Omis, is this your first time fully unleashing your cultivation base? Grunted Addy. In his hurry, he had randomly teleported the mortals as far away as he could, yet with how things were going, the entire damned mortal realm was at risk, should Omis not control himself. The monster's bellow had long since been crushed to paste, leaving nothing behind. The Bai clan's holy mountain was finally unable to hold on as it collapsed, turning into flat land. God damn it, brother, why do you always make me clean up after your shit? Groaned Addy as he forced himself to move closer towards Omis. He could feel his bones creak as he moved closer and closer towards him. His chi was being used so fast, he had no way to regenerate it fast enough. Yet he prevailed. From an outsider's perspective, the area where Omis was situated looked like the center of an abyssal storm. As his aura grew bigger and bigger, so did the golden light shooting towards the sky, brightening it as if it was the day. That day, people across the entire mortal realm saw the golden pillar of light shooting towards the heavens. Mortals dropped to their knees in worship and fear, while the various old monsters came out of their closed-door cultivation in shock. As Addy drew closer and closer to the center of the storm, various small cuts started appearing on his body. Damn it! With a grunt, he focused all his chi in his finger as he stretched it towards Omis's direction, before releasing it all in one go. The attack had the effect Addy wished for as it hit the invisible shield surrounding Omis and breaking him out of his trance. Chapter 23. Omis fell into a trance. Ever since he had broken through the god realm, never once had he had the chance to unleash all of his cultivation-based powers. The feeling he had once he finally did, after pressing it down for so long, was intoxicating. He forgot about the damage or the risk a god has on the mortal realm itself. There were certain reasons why, after their ascension, most cultivators never came back down to the mortal realm. In the game, they had a few restrictions set upon them to protect the foundation of the realm itself, which suppressed their cultivation prowess down. Now, however, there was no such thing. There was no game system to guide them, nor was there to protect the mortals. Feeling the surge of power flowing through every part of his body, Omis was addicted. He slowly forgot the reason why they were here, where they were, and who was there with him. All he felt, all that occupied his mind, was the feeling of absolute control, the feeling of absolute freedom. He felt invincible, like nothing was able to match him. Nothing was able to touch him. Nothing was able to stop him. It was then that a condensed stream of chi suddenly penetrated his defenses, pulling him out of his trance-like state. "What the?" he unconsciously muttered as he looked around him. Addy was floating a distance in front of him, various cuts and bruises littered all over his body. He seemed to be barely able to stay floating. Without thinking, Omis shot forward towards him as he helped him stabilize himself. He then guided a stream of his own chi to Addy's body to help accelerate his recovery. Soon the various cuts and bruises closed as Addy's condition recovered to its peak. "I'm sorry, Addy." Unable to hold his head up in shame, Omis gave a deep apologetic bow to his friend. Smack. "Ouch! What the hell was that for?" shouted Omis as he rubbed the back of his head. Addy grinned as he replied, "Why the fuck are you apologizing for?" "But I just—" Not letting him continue, Addy swiftly smacked the back of his head once more. Smack! "Damn it, old man, do you want to fight?" "Ha, you sure have gotten stronger, you brat," said Addy while smiling. Puffing his chest in pride, Omis replied, "Humph. What do you think, I'm just respecting you, otherwise I would just wipe the ground with you," he said while grinning. "Oh, getting cocky now. I think you are forgetting that technically I am way older than you, little brat. I can beat your ass with my eyes closed. I just don't like bullying little children," mocked Addy. "Try me, old fart." "Oh, you want to have a go? Don't forget I just brought your ass out of that stupid ass trance you were just in. I could have just kicked you then and there." Suddenly remembering what had just happened, Omis anxiously turned to look at the location where the Bai clan once resided. "The mortals," he shouted, his heart feeling heavy and full of guilt. Smack! Another smack found its way to his head as he loudly groaned. "Damn it, Addy, what? They are safe." "Huh?" Unable to comprehend what Addy meant, Omis was not able to answer. "The mortals, dumbass. I took care of them. I teleported all of them away from here. I am not sure where exactly. Because I was in a hurry, you didn't tell me you were about to unleash enough power to shake the entire damned mortal realm." "Thank you, brother," quietly muttered Omis as his head hanged low. "Don't mention it," smiled back Addy. "What about the hive?" "Oh, them," Addy ushered with his head towards the crushed ground bellow. "You crushed them to paste," sighed Addy with a shake of his head. "Sue, does that mean I won?" replied Omis as he awkwardly scratched his cheek with a goofy smile. "You cheeky bastard, you almost destroyed the mortal realm, so no." "Humph. Oh, come on, I didn't think they'd be this weak." "These were only the small fry, brother. They are by no means weak. Think about it. You saw their numbers and all of them had a profound immortal cultivation base. They may be weak by our standards, but not by other cultivators." Omis's eyes hardened as he replied, "I guess I understand your point of view, but I still find it hard to believe they were able to destroy the heavens." "Addy, how many profound immortals, how many golden immortals were there? Hell, there were even a few god-ranked cultivators." Shaking his head, Addy said, "We were outnumbered, brother. We had 2,000 profound immortals. They had 5,000. We had 1,000 golden immortals. They had 3,000. We had 5 god-ranked cultivators. They had 10. It was a bloody massacre, brother. The aftermath of the god cultivators' fight left most of the plan in ruins." Emotionally sighed Addy as he recalled the past. Not finding the words to reply, Omis simply remained silent. "Let's get down, I need a drink," said Addy, his mood souring as he remembered the past. "N." Nodding, Omis followed him to the ground bellow. The two men, one old and one young, sat down on their prayers mat in a ruined battlefield. The grass and vegetation surrounding the area were long gone, leaving behind a desolated land full of rocks. The two silently sat there as Addy brought out a gorge full of wine. As he opened it, the fragrance filled the area, causing both of their faces to flush red. Clang. "Cheers! Cheers!" With both of their hearts heavy, the two drank away in silence. In a different location, far as from where the former mountain of the Bai clan once resided, a group of cultivators found themselves stranded in an unknown land. These were none other than the Bai clan's patriarch, the Void Sect Master, the Sword Devil, and their respective disciples. "Now what?" asked the Sword Devil. The Void Sect Master remained silent as he recalled what had just occurred. The Bai clan's patriarch, on the other hand, quietly kept muttering something under his breath. "My mountain, my mountain, my mountain." Chapter 24. In the ruined plain where the Bai clan's headquarters once existed, two men sat down on praying mats, peacefully drinking wine side by side. The alcoholic fragrance that seeped out of the beverage was so strong that it occupied the entire area. "Addy?" called Omis as he turned to look at his companion. "Hmm? What is it?" answered back Addy as he drank a mouthful of wine. I am not sure I want to know the answer to these questions, but I have to ask," solemnly said Omis. At that, Addy's body shuddered as he straightened in his seat before replying, "Ask away, brother." Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Omis asked, his voice cracking towards the end, "What happened to our clan?" Shaking his head in sorrow, Addy replied, "Sai, all have passed away." It was an answer Omis had expected, one he was prepared to hear, yet that did not make it one bit easier. "All of them?" he hoarsely asked, desperately hoping for the answer to change. "Yes, all of those present except for you, Savage Rain, Daimyo, and Autumn. I do not know what happened to them, but I never saw them nor felt their aura in the thousands of years I have been wandering across the mortal and hell planes." "Hell?" "Yes, for some reason the bloody bastards can't feel my presence over there, here in the mortal realm as well. Their sphere of influence is also rather limited, but they could still track us down as you just saw. In hell, however, it's different, they are unable to enter it at all. So that has been my safe space for all this time." "That's strange, to say the least," replied Omis as he rubbed his chin deep in thought. Addy continued speaking as he recalled what happened. The boss had to join up with the rest of the God Realm cultivators. That was the last I saw or heard of him. The rest of us were ordered to lead our disciples and sects to the front lines. "Wait, what happened to my sect and disciples?" anxiously asked Omis. It may have just been a game before, but this was nonetheless his own sect, made out of blood, sweat, and tears. Countless time and effort were dedicated to creating it and recruiting his disciples from all across the realms. "Once I knew that you were not there, I went over to your sect to pay a visit. Your head disciple, Lulu, had everything already prepared. With you gone, she took over as the temporary leader and had ordered the fortification of the entire mountain and was prepared for defending it till you come back." Hearing that, Omis's heart felt heavy as he thought of such a scene. A beam of light was soaring across the heavenly sky. Addy's heart was heavy as he sped towards Omis's sect mountain. He still held on to a faint string of hope that his friend was there, that maybe he was just teleported later. Then they did. As he drew closer, the glorious structure of the celestial sect was made visible. Omis had always been the most traveled out of all of them. While his sect was not as ridiculously big as some of the others in the heavenly realm, it still exuded a feeling of majesty as one looked at it. The throne room laid in the middle of the mountain, surrounded by the disciples' quarters and the beast gardens. Right at the front was the reception hall. It was a simple but elegant design. As he flew down towards the reception hall, its giant doors slowly opened. Addy's heart beat with anticipation. Would his friend be the one to greet him? As the door fully opened, however, he was bound to be disappointed. The ones to greet him were his friend's direct disciples. Leading them was Lulu, the head disciple and the temporary leader in case of the absence of Omis. "Uncle," she cheerfully called out as she cupped her fists and gave a graceful now, followed by the rest of the direct disciples. "We greet Senior Uncle," they all shouted in a united voice. It took Addy a few seconds to recover from his shock. It was still hard to see all these people that were not long ago considered NPCs, so full of life and real. Addy nodded as he walked inside. Stopping in front of Lulu, he affectionately patted her head as one would do to a small child, causing her cheeks to turn to a shade of red. Looking at her, Addy suddenly found himself turning emotional. This cute black short-haired girl that did not look a day past 18 was the first disciple his friend recruited from the mortal realm. He still remembered how Omis had come running to him, asking him for help with a quest that ended up with Omis's first disciple. Looking at her, Addy felt like he was looking at his brother's little child. He truly did feel like an uncle. Smiling gently, he asked, "Where is Omis?" To that question, all the eyes of those present hardened as the blush on Lulu's face disappeared. She straightened her back as she replied, "Master has yet to arrive. We, his disciples, will protect our and Master's home until he does." A long sigh escaped Addy's mouth. His eyes wandered along with all those present as he replied, You understand that there is a war coming up, yes? We do, answered Lulu. I cannot protect you if you are all this far away. Why don't you come back with me until Omis arrives? We appreciate the sentiment, uncle, but this is our and master's home. We have all made up our minds to protect it until he comes back, replied Lulu as her eyes hardened with the resolution. The disciples behind her solemnly nodded. I can't change your mind, can I? Asked Addie with another sigh. To that, Lulu brightly smiled and answered, Nope. Please do not worry, uncle. We will definitely protect our home until master arrives. That was the last time I saw them. Once the fight started, I did not even have time to go back and check on them. I'm sorry, Omis, said Addie, his head hanging low in shame. Smack! Ouch! What the hell? What are you apologizing for? You never saw them again does not mean they are dead. They are my disciples, they wouldn't die that easily, especially not if even you had survived, replied Omis. He knew that he was just trying to convince himself. He knew the odds of just one of his disciples surviving was almost non-existent, especially after seeing the attack that split his mountain. Yet he had no choice. He wanted to believe no matter how slim the odds were. Chapter 25. In another location deep inside the ruined heavenly realm, a relatively intact floating mountain was aimlessly flying around. Its appearance was completely normal, and if not for it being a floating one, most people would have mistaken it for a normal mortal mountain. Suddenly, an eerie red hue escaped from deep inside it, as the thick aura of bloodlust engulfed the entire region, followed by an enraged roar that caused all the other half-ruined celestial mountains in the surroundings to explode. All but the normal one continued to aimlessly float around. Who? Asked an enraged voice. The aura that he was exuding was shockingly that of a god realm cultivation base. Countless red figures teleported in front of the mountain and prostrated themselves in worship. Speak, asked the enraged voice once more, causing a shiver to run down the spine of all the red figures, yet none knew what happened. They only knew that he had sent out a group of profound immortals to the mortal realm in order to take care of a surviving celestial. Normally, a group of profound immortals would be a problem to even a golden immortal. Yet apparently all of them had been obliterated. And he was angry. It was then that red cloud above seemed to move and make way to an old man with flying red hair and equally red eyes and beard. He had an extremely savage aura surrounding him as he approached. Please ease your anger, Great One. I will make sure to take care of whatever pest had survived and bring you their head, said the red-haired old man with confidence as he patted his chest in reassurance. Seeing as how the old man had just appeared, the person hiding inside the mountain seemed to calm down as the oppressing aura surrounding them retracted back. So it's you, Hong. Well, do not disappoint me, came the deep voice from the depths of the mountain. I wouldn't dare, replied Hong as he gave a respectful bow. As for you, useless bugs. Humph, harumphed the voice as a gust of wind swished by all the prostrating red figures, causing all of them to explode in a cloud of blood. Looking at that scene, Hong's heart turned cold, but he dared not move as he waited for himself to be dismissed, with his head hanged low in respect. I look forward to the good news, Hong. Do not disappoint me, added the voice, causing Hong to give out a courteous bow before he shot away in a beam of light. As Hong flew away from, he found his mind deep in thought as he tried to analyze who he might be facing against. To be able to take care of a group of profound immortals and to do so easily. Could it be? That damned old man. Did he finally crawl out of his hellhole? But why would he do that? He may be an immortal venerable, but he is not stupid. As he shot towards his destination, Hong's mind was constantly spinning with various thoughts and calculations. Damn it, old man. Why did you have to come out? And why the hell was I assigned to this bloody mission? He grumbled as he recalled the past. That old monster. He was nothing but a lowly profound immortal when he participated in the war. Bam! The lone figure of a white-haired old man could be recognized as he hastily ran away from his assaulters, a group of disfigured humanoid monsters. They attacked him with a barrage of evil spells as they tried to close the distance between them. The old man tried to pick up his speed and run faster, yet his injuries weighed him down. As he flew across the collapsed sky, his mind in disarray. His eyes darted left and right as he tried to spot someone from his side, anyone that could save him. Alas, there was none. The sky above his head, that used to be a golden holy color, was now split in half, as an ominous red color seeped from within the clouds. On the ground, a sea of corpses subsidies. Would he be one of them? Can he even survive? He didn't want to die. He was afraid. Why the hell was here in the first place? This wasn't a fight. This was a damned massacre. Aga! He screamed as one of the spells finally found its target, hitting him straight on his back. As his figure shot down like a meteor from the sky towards the ground below, his mind filled with one thought. Will I die? Me? Why? Boom. The sound of his body hitting the ground of the former capital of the heavenly realm was heard breaking the silence. Ah, shit. He groaned as he moved his head to his side. What greeted him was an empty face of a young woman void of life. She had a deep gash on her neck, most certainly the cause of her death. Turning his head away from her corpse, he was once again met by another one to his other side. This one was that of a middle-aged man. Both of his arms were gone. His face had an expression full of hate, eternally etched on it. Looking around, the old man found himself to be surrounded by a sea of corpses, some of his former companions, others that of the enemy. So this is where I die. What face would I leave behind, I wonder? He quietly muttered to himself as his vision slowly started to darken. The damned blood had already seeped inside his body, and he was too weak to try and expel it. In the sky above him, his pursuers finally caught up as they seemed to scan the ground below them for him. Ah, I don't care anymore. Just let me rest. Boom. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a deafening boom brought him back to his senses. Right in front of his eyes, the figure of an old man massacring his pursuers with a crazed expression on his face. His hollow white eyes only seemed to serve to make him look eerier. Ha! A bit too later for reinforcements. Bitterly chuckled the old man as he closed his eyes for his final rest. Is it you? Why would you crawl out of your hellhole? Addy, Chapter 26. Let's go. There is no point in sitting around over here, said Addy as his eyes wandered around the empty, ruined battlefield. Wait, I need to take care of something first, objected Omis, turning his head towards the area where the mountain once stood. He circulated the chi in his body before whiling it outside. Using his stream of chi, Omis was able to connect with the elements of the mortal plane. Using that, with a flick of his wrist, the fallen rocks and debris slowly gathered around in one place, forming the vague shape of a mountain. As it grew larger and larger, regaining its former majestic appearance, the only difference was that the current mountain was barren. Oh, let me help you with this, so we can finish faster. After saying that, Addy willed his chi as well to connect with the elements, causing the barren mountain to sprout a sea of green grass and countless multicolored flowers that did not seem to belong to the mortal realm. Omis continued working on the area surrounding the mountain, turning it back from its desolated state to a flourishing green one. Stepping back to admire their work, the two immortals quietly stood in the air as they looked down the newly erected mountain and lush green plain surrounding it. What do you think? Asked Addy as he turned to look at his companion. I don't know. Doesn't it seem like something is missing? Replied Omis as he looked around with a strange look on his face. Well, obviously it's empty. There are no buildings on it, shrugged Addy. Slapping his forehead, Omis replied, Ah, of course. How did I forget about that? Wait, didn't we already do enough? Asked Addy as he looked back at Omis, puzzled. What do you mean? Pointing at one side of the mountain, Addy spoke. Just look at the flowers. Those should be more than enough as compensation for their troubles. I guess you do have a point. Well, let me just add a little wooden cabin. I'm sure this is where their patriarch resided, added Omis. Soon a lone wooden cabin was placed at the peak of the mountain. Surrounding the said cabin was a variety of multicolored flowers, making the entire scene look as if it was taken straight out of a celestial painting. I guess that should be more than enough for compensation, asked Addy, his eyes looking around the field of flowers. He gently descended towards the small wooden cabin and lightly tapped it with his figure. His expression changed the moment he did so as he turned to look back at Omis. "What the hell are you thinking?" he asked. "What do you mean?" replied Omis, feigning ignorance. Sighing, Addy asked, "You do realize that you made this cabin a celestial treasure, right?" Shrugging his shoulders, Omis replied, unconcerned, "It can barely count as one. Besides, it's only for the mountain defense and cannot be used for offense, so it should not be a problem." Shaking his head, Addy continued, "What am I to do with you? Fine, let's just go. The Bai clan members should be arriving soon." With a slight nod of agreement, Omis and Addy took off in the air. As they flew high above the mountain, Omis was able to catch a glimpse of the Bai clan marching back to their homes. With a sly grin, he and Addy turned to two beams of light that flew towards the distance. The trip back home was a tiresome one to all the Bai clan. The disciples were in low spirits, the elders were silent and tired, and the patriarch had a hollow look on his face as he quietly kept muttering to himself about his mountain. Bai Yu, the clan's first elder and the person to first meet the immortal mentor, was suffering from immense guilt. In the previous fight, luckily both of his disciples had survived, yet a lot of other elders were not so fortunate. "Is it my fault that I brought the mentor? Did I bring this upon us?" He quietly talked to himself, his mood growing somber by the minute. As the group approached their destination, shocked gasps could be heard. Disciples pointed their fingers towards the sky, where two figures were standing in the air. "Is that the esteemed mentor?" "Yes, it looks like him." "That must be the second celestial." Quiet whispers and hushed conversations started amongst those present as they watched the two figures turn to beams of light that flew away in the distance. Another wave of shocked gasps took over as people investigated their surroundings. The ruined plains that they expected to see were not there. In its stead, lush green grass and tall trees stood firm. The most shocking part, however, was the mountain. Their home that everyone came back to, thinking that they would find it flattened and ruined, was there. It stood there oozing a pure aura, an aura almost akin to that of the celestial world. The most excited person was none other than the patriarch. Seeing that his mountain was still there, his eyes turned bloodshot as he looked like a drowning man that finally found salvation. Without any regards to his status whatsoever, the head of the Bai clan flew at top speed towards the peak where he noticed something particular. Right behind him was the surviving elders. What? Unable to form a proper phrase, the patriarch looked around in shock as he jumped around carefully inspecting each flower that was planted next to the wooden cabin. The more he looked at them, the more stunned he turned. These were treasures. This was unbelievable. Each one was worth a fortune. Ha 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 ha. The patriarch's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the mountain, causing various disciples and elders to shift in discomfort. Just as he was about to give his orders, Bai Yu's shocked gasp made him pause as the first elder stuttered while calling him. "Patriarch?" What is it?" he asked. The first elder was standing in front of the open door of the seemingly ordinary wooden cabin. As he approached it, the patriarch's eyes fell on the inside of the cabinet. On the open door hanged a small letter that simply read, "I apologize for the inconvenience. I hope you enjoy your rewards. Sincerely, Omis, the immortal mentor." As he read the small note, the patriarch was once again unable to hold back his howling laughter as he screamed, "Ha ha 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 ha! You bastards! You thought you could take down my Bai clan. You thought you weakened me. Ha 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 ha! Oh, how wrong you are, old monster! Sword devil!" The patriarch's eyes seemed to shine, his previous bad mood long forgotten, as he kept reading the small letter hanged on the door. His eyes hovering above one particular part, Omis. "So that's the name of the esteemed mentor." He lightly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of worship as he looked towards the distance where Omis had disappeared. "By you." "Yes, Patriarch." "Pass down my order. Our first priority is to erect a sculpture, no, a shrine, for our savior, the venerated immortal mentor, Lord Omis." Giving a deep bow of acknowledgement, Bai Yu went about his orders with a newfound rigor as he gave a silent prayer in his heart. "Thank you, Lord Omis." Chapter 27. "Where are we going to go?" asked Omis, as he steadily flew by Addy's side. The duo of immortals made their way across the mortal realm, leaving behind 2 streaks of light as proof of their passage. "I have been thinking that we should lay low for a while," solemnly replied Addy in a serious voice. Hearing Addy being so serious made Omis wary. He abstained from asking any more questions and just nodded in response. If there was anything Omis never questioned, that would be Addy when he is serious. If he said they should lay low for a while, then they should lay low. "So we go down to the underworld?" asked Omis, his eyes a bit excited at the aspect of seeing the underworld in person. Not as a game, but in real life. From his previous conversation with Addy, he had come to find out that the underworld had remained relatively unaffected by the collapse of the heavenly realm, and the hive has no power there whatsoever. To his surprise, however, Addy shook his head in rejection. "No, not the underworld." He simply said, "What do you mean? I thought they had no control over the underworld." "As weren't you hiding in hell all this time?" asked Omis, puzzled, as he did not understand. "They know we survived the attack, and this isn't the first time I clashed against them, so I know them, but they also know me," somberly replied Addy. "And the underworld?" Still unable to connect the dots, Omis asked once more. "They know I have been hiding there before, and they know that I will try to get back to hell to escape. So I am almost 100% sure that they are already waiting for us by the entrance to the underworld to stop us from going." Nodding in understanding, Omis continued, "So they should be waiting for us in an ambush by the entrance." "Indeed, so it would be better if we lay low for a while before we try and break through it." "But we didn't have any problems with their previous attack. With my God Realm cultivation and your immortal venerable one, don't you think we are more than able to win?" asked Omis in curiosity, his hand rubbing his chin in thought. "Normally, you'd be correct. We are indeed considered to be at the peak of the world, but that does not mean there is no one other than us with similar prowess. I do remember you mentioning something about how they had 10 God Realm cultivators." Nodding, Omis replied, his eyes sharpened as he thought of such a sight. 10 God cultivators, if one is already enough to destroy the mortal realm, what can 10 do? "Yes, but that was during the war. I do not know exactly how many of them survived, but I do remember that the boss had slain 2 by himself," proudly said Addy, his eyes turning foggy as he seemed to relieve some distant memory. "Addy," Omis called out to his friend in a stern voice. Not pausing, Addy continued, "I know what you want to ask me, brother, but I don't know. I don't know if any of ours had survived. The boss was fighting in an entirely different battlefield, and I didn't see him ever since. As for us, we lost people." "I understand. Did anyone besides you survive?" asked Omis, his mood sour as he thought of his past companions. "Besides me. Celestial, of course, from our clan. No, if they did, I have never met any." How many other immortals had survived? Before Omis could get his answer, the duo came across a large mortal capital. The city was surrounded by a 12-meter, 39 feet tall brick wall that enclosed the entire city. Right in the middle was what looked like the Emperor's palace, taking the entire middle area. Surrounding it were various luxurious homes and establishments. The further one went from the palace, the poorer the conditions became. "Let's get down," said Addy. "Here, but this is a mortal capital. The strongest person I can sense is hidden under the palace and is barely at the gold core stage." "That's what makes it an even better hiding place," replied Addy as the duo slowly descended a distance away from the capital as to not alert the populace. "Cut out your aura, and from now on we are not going to use any cultivation, understand?" he added as he looked at Omis. "Okay, but Addy," called Omis, his face strange as he looked back at him. "What? I don't think just hiding our aura would be enough." "Huh? Your face is enough to scare a mortal to death. We need to change that as well," laughed Omis as he looked at Addy's dumbfounded face. "You little bastard, not everyone is as lucky as you to have chosen such a damn good-looking avatar," replied Addy in a fake angry voice. Making a few hand signals, Addy's hollow white eyes slowly changed, turning back to a more normal black one. His straight back slowly hunched as the entire aura surrounding him seemed to change back to that of a harmless old mortal. "We." Letting out a whistle, Omis examined Addy's disguise as he poked his face. Slap. That had earned him a slap on the back of his head from Addy. "Ouch! I was just checking." "Sure, it's your turn now," replied Addy with a roll of his eyes. "My turn?" asked Omis, confused. "Well, of course. You do not seriously think you are going to go to a mortal capital with that face," grinned Addy. "Where? What's wrong with my face?" asked Omis as his right hand touched his face in confusion. "No mortal is that perfect. Tone it down a little." "Oh, but I like my face," replied Omis in a faked, sad voice. "Tone it down or I'll tone it for you," flatly replied Addy. "Fine." Soon, two travelers, one that looked like a harmless old mortal grandpa with white hair and an equally white beard, alongside a handsome jet-black-haired youth, were making their way towards the mortal capital. "That face is still too good-looking," grumbled Addy as he looked back at his companion. "Oh, please, you are just jealous, Grandpa," sarcastically replied Omis with a grin. Chapter 28. On the road to the capital of the Song Kingdom, two seemingly ordinary travelers made their way on the road. They looked travel-weary as they approached the city wall. The old man looked to be barely able to hold on. The black-haired young man, on the other hand, was better off. As the duo approached the city, a long line of mortals greeted them. Merchants on their horse carriages, mortals that travelled on foot, all waited patiently in the line to enter. "This is going to take forever," sighed Omis. "If there is anything I learned in my 1,000 years of existence, that'd be patience," shrugged Addy in a reply. Letting out another defeated sigh, Omis followed his friend as they walked towards the back of the line. The line itself seemed to move very slowly, which quickly rendered Omis bored. Looking around him, his eyes fell on a cute little girl in front of him that was being held by her mother. The little girl looked at him in awe, her eyes almost sparkling as her mouth hanged open. Seeing such a strange scene, Omis gave the little girl a bright smile that made her hurriedly look away. Her mother was confused. Turning to look behind her, she saw the smiling face of Omis. With a gentle nod and smile, she turned back to look in front of her. "What's wrong, Lily?" asked the mother in curiosity. Mummy, did you see that man?" asked the little girl, her eyes still sparkling, quickly looking back to look at Omis, who seemed to be distracted. Observing his surroundings, the mother replied, "Yes, the black-haired brother. What about him?" "Black-haired?" asked the little girl in confusion. "Yes, what's wrong?" Nothing," hurriedly replied Li, her eyes once again drifting to look back towards Omis. What greeted her, however, was no black-haired youth, but a white-haired one with a face that looked too perfect. "So pretty," she murmured to herself as she looked at him. Feeling the gaze of someone, the girl turned her head towards the old man next to the youth. Gasp! With a shocked gasp, she hurriedly turned around and hugged her mother, burying her face in her mom in a hug. Why does that grandpa's eyes look like that?" she thought to herself, recalling the grandpa's scary-looking white eyes. Her heart started to race in her chest. "Omis," called out Addy. What is it?" replied Omis in curiosity. "That little girl, she is not normal," motioned Addy with his head. Omis's expression turned strange as he looked back towards Addy. "Addy, I never thought you go for little girls," he said with a disturbed expression. "Cough. Cough. You little bastard," Addy choked as he shouted, slapping Omis in the back of his head. The surrounding people did not think too much of the scene. Some just lightly chuckled, as it looked like a normal grandpa berating his grandson. To Li, however, the scene was anything but normal. The scary old man was hitting the poor, pretty-looking youth with a scary look on his face. Please don't hurt him," she stuttered as she gathered the courage to step out of her mother's embrace and speak out. Addy was momentarily shocked. His hand stopped hitting Omis, who grinned widely and patted the little girl's head. "What's your name, little one?" he asked with a smile. With a little blush on her face, she replied, "My name is Li." Her mother, on the other hand, turned towards Addy and bowed in apology and spoke. "I'm sorry, Senior. This child has always been like this." Cough. It doesn't matter. She is a well-mannered child, unlike my stupid grandson, sighed Addie, with a fake expression of disappointment. As the Addie and the mother were busy talking, Omis quietly whispered to the little girl. Lily, you can see the real me, can't you? He asked with a strange glint in his eyes. Shocked, Lily unconsciously answered back. Real you? Yes, what color is my hair? Asked Omis with a smile. Well, white? Answered Lily, confused. Ha 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 ha. Yes, that's right, white. Patting her head once more, Omis brought his finger to his lips and spoke. Shush, that's a secret, though. Can you keep a secret, Lily? He added with a smile. Nodding vigorously, the little girl replied with enthusiasm. Yes. Good, good. Now you see the scary grandpa over there, he asked, pointing towards Addie, who was still talking to her mum. Yes, will the bad, scary grandpa hurt my mum? She asked, her eyes watering as tears threatened to fall down. Hurriedly stopping her, Omis continued, No, 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 no. You see, the scary grandpa is actually a very good person. A good grandpa? Asked Lily, puzzled. Yes, he may look scary, but he is very gentle, added Omis. Nodding her head, Lily shyly looked back towards Addie, who was smiling and gently talking with her mother. Lily, let's go. Her mom suddenly called her over as the line slowly started to move, turning to look back towards Omis. Lily was reluctant to leave, but with a gentle smile from Omis, she smiled back and ran towards her mother. Addie walked back next to Omis and asked, What do you think? She reminds me of Lulu, replied Omis, a nostalgic look taking over his face. Sigh. She has the same eyes as her, replied Addie with a long sigh. Lulu, are you still alive? Did you survive whatever attacked the mountain? Did you manage to run away? Omis asked himself as he thought of his direct disciple, his eyes looking towards the blue sky as his mind drifted away. Looking at the scene, Addie shook his head with a sigh. He knew how much importance Omis's disciples held to him. He wasn't called the immortal mentor for nothing. Omis was the type of player that enjoyed taking disciples and guiding them towards heaven. Be they NPCs or other players, his direct and indirect disciples were too many to count. Lulu, however, held a special place in his heart. She was his first direct disciple. She had been with him since the very beginning. Chapter 29. It did not take long before it was Omis and Addie's turn to enter the city. As the line moved ahead, Lily and her mother were the first to enter the city. Not before the mother stopped and gave a respectful bow to Addie, then turned towards Omis and smiled amicably. Lily, on the other hand, kept staring at the duo with sparkling eyes, her eyes lingering over Omis for a little longer before she waved her little hand in goodbye. Addie smiled back like a friendly old man with a slight nod, while Omis next to him grinned cheerfully as he waved back to the little girl. Aren't you getting a little too excited about this? Asked Addie as he glanced back towards his partner. Hmm? What do you mean? Replied Omis with a confused look, feigning ignorance. Letting out a sigh, Addie said with a voice full of sarcasm, The oh-so-revered immortal mentor, god-rank cultivator famous all across the mortal realm, acting like a little teenage boy. Grinning, Omis replied with a shrug of his shoulders, Hey, you said we were laying low, so that's what I'm doing, laying low. Besides, it's you who suggested this cover, so take care of me, Grandpa. He finished speaking with a giant grin plastered on his face. Addie's mouth twitched as he looked at Omis acting like that and couldn't help but say, You know, keep giving me that stupid grin and I might just slap it off your face, to teach you some manners, of course, grandson, he added, empathizing on the last part with his own smirk on his face. Glaring back at him, Omis was about to reply when the voice of the guard interrupted them. Next! Walking towards the open entrance, Omis and Addie were led to a small door for civilians on foot. The giant open door next to them was meant for horse carriages, merchants and nobles. Passing by the small door, the duo were soon stopped by two guards. Please hand over your verification documents, politely asked the guard. At that request, Omis awkwardly turned towards Addie, his eyes asking him what to do. He did not know they needed any documents to enter the city, though it would be easier to just use his cultivation base to influence the guards. However, that wouldn't quite be considered as laying low. Addie's face was unfazed as he smiled towards the guard. His hand went towards his inner robe pockets, from where he pulled out 2 pieces of paper and handing them to the guard. The guard quickly read through them. Before he looked back at Omis and Addy, he then asked, "What is the purpose of your visit today, Grandpa?" he asked before returning the documents to Addy. Letting out a hearty laugh, Addy grabbed Omis by the shoulder and brought him closer. "Ho ho, I'm bringing my foolish grandson to see the glorious capital city." Nodding in understanding, the guard looked towards Omis with a proud smile before speaking. "First time visiting, eh?" "Yes, I cannot wait to see the castle of the Emperor up close," replied Omis, his eyes sparkling. "Emperor?" The guard's face suddenly turned strange as his gaze changed. "Smack!" The sound of Addy hitting the back of Omis's head, followed by a cry of pain, was quickly heard in the area before Addy shouted, "You ignorant child! How many times do I have to teach you that it's Empress, Empress, not Emperor?" Quickly turning back to the guard, who had a weird look on his face, Addy spoke apologetically. "Forgive this foolish child. He is still ignorant of the Empress's glory. I'll be sure to properly teach him." "Ah, oh, okay. You may pass," replied the guard with an awkward look, before he turned towards the door and shouted, "Next!" Addy gave another apologetic bow before grabbing Omis by the ear and dragging him away. "Ow, ow, ow, ow!" Once they passed the entrance and were inside the city, Omis slapped Addy's hand away and started rubbing his ear. "Damn it, old man. You want to die?" he growled. "I just didn't want to blow our cover," smiled Addy with an innocent look on his face. "You were enjoying that too much." Letting out a light smirk, Addy replied, "Maybe." "You bastard, just wait. You're lucky I don't want to blow our cover, or I would just obliterate your ass. To hell with the entire damn city. And how the hell am I supposed to know it's Empress, not Emperor? Wait, how the hell do you know it's Empress?" Obviously, when I scanned the city." Letting out a tired sigh of defeat, Omis asked, "Forget it. What are we going to do now?" "Well, it's been a while since I last came to the mortal world, so let's just take it easy. First, we need a place to stay. Money should not be a problem." Take it easy, you say? Then how about opening a shop?" asked Omis, his eyes sparkling as he looked towards Addy. "Why the hell would we want to do that?" "Are you dumb?" replied Addy with a blank look on his face as he looked at Omis like he was staring at an idiot. Giving out a cold smile, Omis raised his fist as he covered it with his chi and walked closer to Addy with a bone-chilling grin. "Oh, okay, stop. You're not dumb. You're not. Let's open a shop. That sounds like a brilliant idea," hurriedly spoke Addy as he moved away from Omis. Hearing Addy's approval, Omis's face regained his former amicable smile as he hugged Addy by the shoulders. "Why didn't you say so already, Grandpa? I'm sure we would have tons of fun." Shaking his head in defeat, Addy muttered, "Crazy bastard." "What did you say?" asked Omis with a smile. "Nothing. Let's just go look for a shop to rent. That shouldn't be too hard." "After you," replied Omis. Soon the 2 figures, one old and one young, delved deeper into the streets of the capital, their goal? To find a shop where they would lay low until the gate to the underworld clears. Chapter 30. In the streets of the capital of the Song Kingdom, 2 figures, one old and one young, aimlessly strolled around. They would occasionally stop by some of the food street stalls where the black-haired young man would buy a few snacks from. "Didn't you have enough of those? What are you, a child?" asked Addy as his eyes looked towards the meat skewers in Omis's hand. "Shut up. What's the worst that can happen?" "Get fat," replied Omis, chuckling as he stuffed the meat in his mouth. Letting out a sigh, Addy spoke, deciding to just change the subject. "We have been walking around for a while now and still have not found any good location to rent." "Relax, you should enjoy yourself, Addy. When was the last time you went on holiday?" asked Omis as he passed one of his meat skewers to his friend with a smile. Hesitantly, Addy accepted the offer as he observed the meat a bit longer. "Oh, just eat it, damn it, it's good," whined Omis as he rolled his eyes and continued to eat. Reluctantly, Addy pulled the meat closer to his mouth and then took a small bite, with Omis carefully observing him with a bright gaze. "So?" he asked. It's good," replied Addy, his eyes brightening up as his brows relaxed, a small, satisfied smile hang on his face. Looking at that, Omis grinned as they continued to tour around the city. Not long after, the duo found themselves walking closer towards the inner area of the city, in the direction of the royal palace. The closer they got to it, the better the streets and stores became. The people were generally better dressed and seemed to exude an aura of riches. So I'm guessing this is where all the wealthy merchants and nobles love, remarked Omis. Addy just quietly nodded next to him with his hands behind his back. The duo observed their surroundings in curiosity as they walked down the street. The Empress's palace was visible from their position as it towered over all the other buildings in the distance. As they calmly walked down the street, Omis was able to see that the people seemed to be happy. They walked with a sense of purpose. The populace looked healthy, and ever since they entered the city, they had yet to find a slum. "I'd say the Empress is doing quite the good job in managing the city," remarked Addy. "Indeed, quite impressive. The quality of life still seems to differ between the inner and outer area of the capital, but it's not necessarily bad," replied Omis as he scratched his chin in thought. "Well, what do you think? Where do you want to settle? I'm sure we can manage to find a shop here in this district if we want, and it looks like the best place for business." Before Addy could finish, Omis interrupted him with his eyes practically glowing. "No." "Eh?" Confused, Addy stopped. "No here. We are going back to the last district," replied Omis, his eyes still glowing as he grinned. Still unable to understand, Addy asked, "What do you mean? I thought you said you wanted to open a shop. Isn't here the best place for that?" "Oh, come on, Addy, that's just boring. Think about it. We have two Celestials, and not just any Celestials, probably the strongest living ones in the world. We gotta act like aloof hidden experts," excitedly said Omis. Addy, on the other hand, just looked back at him with a blank expression, as if he was looking at an idiot. "Hidden experts," he said with a deadpan expression. "Of course. And where is the best place for an expert to hide?" "That's right. Amongst the normal populace, not here." Soon, the duo found themselves back in the previous district, looking for an appropriate shop to rent or buy. Addy had suggested a number of shops he thought were good, but all of his suggestions were shot down by Omis, all for not fulfilling the criteria of a hidden expert's hideout. "I'm telling you, it's not going to work there, it's too obvious," rebuked Omis as he scanned the street for a better place. "But it was literally situated on the street. Where else would you want to open a shop? In the alleys," sarcastically replied Addy. Hearing that, Omis suddenly came to a full stop and turned to Addy with a glowing expression on his face as he grabbed him by the shoulders. "That's it. Addy, you are a genius." "Well, what?" Seeing Omis's weird look made Addy falter and take a step back. "The alleys. That's where we should search," he replied excitedly. "Are you crazy?" flatly asked Addy. "Of course not, let's go." With that, Omis proceeded to drag Addy away from the main street and into the side alleys in search for a perfect place. Surprisingly, it did not take long before the duo found themselves standing at the end of one particular narrow alley that wasn't too far away from the main street. At the end of the said alley was a small, lonely wooden shop with an open slide door. The inside seemed to be that of a restaurant. Intrigued, Omis made his way towards the entrance, where an old lady sat down on a chair with a fan in her hand. Looking at the duo making their way towards her shop, the old lady let out a long sigh as she slowly stood up and walked towards the inside of the shop. "This is it, Addy. It's here. This place is perfect," whispered Omis. Looking at the small restaurant and the shady alley they were in, made Addy let out a sigh before he replied, "Well, I guess it's better for us, as it will help us stay low." Pushing Addy by the shoulders, Omis spoke. "Yes, so it's your job to convince her to sell it to us," grinned Omis, his mind already full of thoughts of him acting as an unfathomable expert, making his eyes shine with excitement. Addy, on the other hand, just seemed to be tired. Chapter 31. As the duo made their way inside the small shop, Omis found himself fascinated with how neat and tidy everything was. It may have looked like a shabby old store from outside, but the inside was surprisingly well kept. There were 4 wooden tables inside, all neatly arranged, a single door that Omis presumed led to the kitchen, and a small counter next to the entrance for the owner to sit. As Omis was busy familiarizing himself with the place, Addy was stuck with negotiating with the old lady. There was something strange about her that made Addy feel was not right. Her body movement was anything but that of an old lady. She walked with a sense of vigor and youth not found amongst older people. It was easy for Addy, who was already an esteemed immortal, venerable, to see through her disguise, even without the use of his chi. She seemed to be intentionally hiding her late-stage foundation cultivation base and face for some reason. Although he was curious, it was none of his business, so he refrained from asking anything unnecessary. To him it did not change anything, as she was still nothing but a mortal in his eyes. A stronger one, sure, but still one that he could obliterate with nothing but his aura. Giving out a warm, pleasant smile as he looked around, Addy asked, "A very cozy place you have here." The old lady seemed to twitch for a second before regaining her composure. She replied with a bored, uninterested voice, "Are you going to order anything or not? If you're not, then I suggest you leave." Seeing her disrespectful attitude made Addy's brows twitch as he asked, "Oh, well, fair lady," he said, empathizing on that part, causing her to shiver once more before he continued speaking, pointing at Omis, who still seemed to be observing the shop in curiosity. "My grandson and I have just moved to the capital and were looking to open a small shop in here. Not interested." Before he could finish what he wanted to say, the old lady flatly replied with a cold tone, causing his warm smile to twitch even more. "Now please reconsider, money is not a problem, no matter how much you ask for." Not allowing him to continue, she interrupted him once again. "I said I'm not interested. Get out." Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Addy was about to speak when Omis, who had just noticed the disturbance, walked over to them. Calling out in a fake tone, he asked, "Grandpa, what's wrong? I thought you had this under control," smirked Omis, causing Addy's lips to twitch even harder. The old lady, on the other hand, seemed to grow more and more impatient as she ordered, "I said get out if you are not going to order anything." Noticing her for the first time, Omis turned his gaze away from Addy towards the old woman, his eyes lighting up the moment he looked at her as he unconsciously blurted, "Oh, another hidden expert." "What?" Shocked, the woman moved back a few steps before two twin daggers appeared in both her hands. As she glared at the duo, her voice turned frosty as she asked, "Who are you?" Letting out a sigh, Addy grabbed his head as he turned to Omis. "Why would you say that?" Feigning ignorance, Omis replied with a smile, "I don't know what you are talking about." The lady, feeling herself getting ignored, grew more agitated as her late-stage foundation aura was fully unleashed, causing the entire shop to start shaking on the verge of breaking down. "Oops, can't have you breaking down the shop now, can we?" spoke Omis as he turned to look at her unfazed. Her mind was in chaos as she looked at the two people in front of her. They did not even seem to be concerned when she unleashed her full aura. How was that possible? Could they come from the sects? But why would they be all the way here? None of the sect experts in this area would dare come here unless they aren't. Breaking her out of her thoughts was Addy, who suddenly spoke, his entire harmless old mortal facade crumbling as he coldly said, "You better drop down those weapons, little one. The last time someone pulled their sword on me, they ended up dead." He said as a suffocating silence took over. The lady's hands shook uncontrollably as she looked at Addy, who still did not emit any type of aura. Yet deep down, she knew that if she would make any type of move, she'd be crushed instantly. Breaking up the tense, awkward situation was Omis, who spoke with a smile as he grabbed Addy by the shoulders. "Addy, calm down, you are scaring our young lady and making us look like thugs." Hearing Omis speak caused Addy to take a deep sigh as he shook his head, the tense mood instantly dissolving as he turned back and sat down on one of the empty tables. Seeing the seemingly normal, handsome young man casually breaking up such a tense situation made the lady even more on guard as she nervously watched him. "What do they want from me? Do they know who I am? Is that what they came for?" Her mind was in chaos as she thought of multiple scenarios. "Seeing how you are a late-stage foundation cultivator would explain why you are not interested in mortal money," said Omis, once again breaking her out of her train of thought. "How about this? I'll exchange this flower with you over this shop. What do you say? Not a bad deal, is it?" added Omis as he brought out a seemingly ordinary blue flower. When the old lady's eyes fell on the flower, however, her eyes turned wide and jaw hung loose. Addy, sitting behind them, watched the entire scene unfold and shook his head with a sigh. Chapter 32. An awkward silence filled the small wooden store. Omis stood in front of the old store owner as they faced each other. Addy, on the other hand, sat on the back with his head buried in his hands as he muttered to himself. "Why did I agree to this? Hidden expert, he says, and ends up pulling treasures out of his ass." Sighing in defeat, Addy turned his head away, not wanting to see what was going to happen anymore. Omis, on the other hand, was quite confused as he looked at the old lady's face that seemed to be frozen in an expression of shock and disbelief. In all her life, Wanda had come across countless of precious treasures, had numerous fortuitous encounters, and was offered an even larger amount of gifts. But never before had she ever encountered a real angel vine. It is said that the flower's blue color comes from the blood of a fallen angel who fell down to the mortal realm, changing the flower from a once normal one to a peerless divine treasure. Just a small part of an angel vine is enough to make any mortal cultivator almost guaranteed to reach the ensoulment realm. What was that? That was enough to push her cultivation and set her on a smooth sailing path with no bottlenecks whatsoever, all the way until the ensoulment realm. The strongest person in the entire kingdom was the founding ancestor who had managed to reach the gold core realm. Yet even he was coming to the end of his lifespan. The only thing he can do is enter closed doors, cultivation in hopes of catching that small chance of advancement. Alas, that was almost impossible, as his potential had already long dried out. Looking at the confused look on the handsome youth's face made Wanda's heart skip a beat. To bring out an angel vine so casually in exchange for this measly shop, this is definitely a hidden expert. Could he have perhaps already reached the legendary Ascension realm? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. An Ascension great expert. The entire continent only a few of such experts that you could barely count them on one hand. I can't let this opportunity slip away. With a determined look, Wanda raised her head as she cleared her mind of any useless thoughts. Her twin daggers quickly disappeared back into her storage bag. A stream of chi surrounded her as her old figure quickly began to change. Her old wrinkly skin reverted back to a much younger, milky white one. Soon her face turned from one of an old neighborhood grandma to that of a heroic young lady. Her silky black hair flowed behind her back as she donned a respectful look on her face. Cupping her fists, Wanda gave a deep bow as she spoke. "Forgive me for disrespecting you, seniors." Junior had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. "I hope you can forgive my insolence." Not daring to raise her head, Wanda carefully waited for Omis to speak. If this seemingly handsome young man was an esteemed expert, then what about the old man behind him? Her mind was constantly spinning as she scolded herself for her rash behavior. Now she had offended two of them. Soon Omis's voice came, bringing Wanda out of her daze. "Raise your head." Raising her head, Wanda's suspicions were soon confirmed as she laid eyes on Omis. His entire body seemed to stand straighter than before. The goofy smile from before was long gone as he stood there with a dignified expression on his face. Addy harumphed as he watched the scene play out in front of him. Seeing that Wanda was already mesmerized by Omis's aura made him turn his head away and ignore them. The little bastard is having way too much fun. He silently muttered to himself, yet did not do anything to stop Omis. "So, are you willing to sell your shop to us?" "I'd say this is quite the winning deal for you, don't you think?" asked Omis as he pulled his hands behind his back and raised his chin, exuding the aura of a peerless expert. Panicking, Wanda hurriedly replied, "Yes. Yes, please forgive my insolence, the store is yours, senior." She would have to be a complete idiot to pass out such an offer. An angel vine for a useless store. She could just go and find a different one. "Good." Smiling, Omis threw the angel vine in the air as it gently floated towards Wanda's open arms, who hurriedly caught it as if afraid Omis would change his mind. As Wanda was busily observing the flower in her hands, Omis turned around and gave Addy a bright smile with a thumbs up that made Addy roll his eyes at his childish actions. Now please leave, as I would like to rest now. Turning towards the still occupied girl, he spoke. Hearing Omis's voice pulled Wanda out of her head as she replied flustered, hurriedly putting the flower in her storage bag. Yes, Senior. And if there is anything you need, and I mean anything in the Song Kingdom, please let me know. She spoke as she moved towards the entrance, while constantly bowing towards Omis and Addy. Waving his head in dismissal, Omis nodded as he moved deeper inside the store towards the door leading to the kitchen. By the time Wanda left, Omis's head peeked out of the kitchen as he looked at Addy, who just rolled his eyes. She left? He asked. Sighing, Addy replied, Yes, she did. Why the hell did you even go the kitchen? You wouldn't understand. When you act as an expert, you have to fully play the role, replied Omis in an extremely serious tone, making Addy roll his eyes once more as he thought, Aren't you already a peerless expert? Chapter 33. As soon as she left the little shop, Wanda's young, beautiful figure morphed as she used chi to alter her appearance once more to that of an old lady. Passing by a dimly lit street, two shadowy figures emerged from each corner, their appearance unclear as they both wore dark clothes that covered all of their bodies. Seeing them, Wanda halted her steps. What are you doing here? She asked in an icy cold voice. Her eyes carefully observed them with a frosty gaze. Hearing her cold tone and feeling her piercing gaze made shivers run down the two figures' spine as they quickly dropped to their knees and replied, We apologize, my Cough, mistress, we were only concerned about your safety, said one of the figures with a clear feminine voice. We saw two suspicious-looking mortals come to the store, and not long after an ominous feeling followed. We were unable to look inside the store, as if there was some sort of barrier preventing us from doing so, added the second figure, his voice that of a man. We are glad that you are safe, mistress. Giving another deep bow, the first shadowy figure continued. Coldly harumphing, Wanda responded, Do you mean to tell me you think I am unable to protect myself? We wouldn't dare, mistress, simultaneously replied the two figures as their heads dropped even lower. We know how strong mistress is, but you are still the most important person of this kingdom. Please take your status into consideration, reprimanded the female shadowy figure, gaining her another cold harumph from Wanda. It was Uncle who made you do this, wasn't it? She coldly asked. Hurriedly replying, the female shadow said, My queen, your uncle only wants what's best for you, and that is to make sure you are safe. What did I tell you about calling me that when I'm outside? Hissed Wanda, her wild aura rushing out of her body as it made the two shadowy figures drop even lower to the ground in fear. Please forgive me, mistress. I was wrong, hurriedly replied the female shadow, her back drenched in cold sweat. Make sure it never happens again. Saying that, Wanda resumed walking away at a steady pace. The two shadowy figures looked at each other for a second before they hurried after her. The male shadow hesitantly asked, Mistress, what about your shop? He said as he carefully observed her. Hearing his question, Wanda's steps halted as she turned to look at both of her companions and spoke with a voice so serious that it made both of them nervous. Never, and I mean never, go to that shop again. Do you understand? But isn't that you shop, mistress? He asked, puzzled. His mistress's tone made him confused. Not anymore. From now on, that shop is off limit. Anyone that dares disobey my order will be executed without any mercy. It doesn't matter who that person is. Am I making myself clear? She said. But, not letting them speak, Wanda asked again. I said, Am I making myself clear? Her tone of voice causing both shadows to loudly gulp. Your words are our commands, mistress. We hear and obey, loudly replied both shadows as they cupped their fists and gave a respectful bow. Good, now let's go. I need to meet with Uncle, replied Wanda, as she let out a tired sigh, yet as soon as she remembered the treasure her storage bag held, her eyes suddenly lit up, causing her to be unable to control the smile that found its way on her face. Seeing such a strange scene caused the shadow guards to be confused as they looked at each other before turning to look back at the direction of that little wooden shop, their hearts heavy as they wondered what could have happened to the mistress for her to give up her precious shop. As their group disappeared off towards their destination, The light seemed to flicker in one small corner as the figure of Addy walked out. Well, that's interesting. Could all this really be the workings of fate? He asked himself as he looked at the destination where Wanda went off to, the Empress's palace. Grabbing his head in both hands, he whined. Ah, shit, I can't have that idiot find you about this, or else he will just start spewing his nonsense about playing the expert part. Shaking his head and letting out a long, tired sigh, Addy turned to glance back at the Empress Palace one last time before silently walking away. Setting foot inside the small, cozy shop, Addy glanced around, failing to spot Omis. "Where have you been?" asked Omis, his voice coming from the kitchen as he peeked out of the door. Waving his hand in dismissal, Addy replied, "Nowhere. Just went out to stretch my legs." Is that so?" said Omis as he turned back inside the kitchen. "What the hell are you even doing in there?" shouted Addy. "Glad you finally asked," came Omis's excited voice. Soon after, he walked out holding in his hand a plate, the aroma of food following after him as it engulfed the entire shop. Smelling it, Addy was shocked as he looked at the plate Omis laid down in front of him. "This actually smells good. Wait, are you trying to poison me?" he asked with feigned suspicion. "Ah, just shut up and try it. It may not be much, but I at least know how to make some meat noodles," grinned Omis. "Where did you even get the ingredients?" "Ah, that. Well, the previous owner had some in the back," smiled Omis. "Come on, hurry and try it out," he asked as he watched Addy with shiny eyes. Shaking his head once more, Addy brought a spoonful of noodles into his mouth. It was then that his eyes widened. It was actually good. Unable to control himself, Addy's eyes moistened as tears fell on the back of hand, yet he did not stop eating. Omis just remained quiet as he watched Addy eat. With a small smile, he then turned around and walked back to the kitchen. As Addy finished his plate, he found himself unable to contain the tears that flowed down freely. "Ah, when was the last time I felt something like this? Warmth. So this is what I have been missing all these years. A family." For the first in a very long time, Addy was no longer alone. Chapter 34. A few days had passed since Omis and Addy took over the little wooden shop. A bored Omis was sitting down on a small chair near the entrance as he kept watch over the end of the small alley, a blank look on his face. Letting out a long, tired sigh, he grumbled, "It's so boring. Absolutely nothing happened at all." Walking out of the shop, Addy replied with a smirk, "You were the one who wanted to choose this desolated location, something about playing the mysterious expert's role," he said while shrugging his shoulders. "Oh, come on. I thought there would at least be someone." Days had already passed and still not even one customer, groaned Omis as he let out another sigh. "Well, I think it's great," smiled Addy as he brought out another chair and sat down next to Omi's. "What do you mean, great?" "I'm bored to death over here," scowled Omis as he glared at his friend. Throwing his hand out in the air, Addy replied, "I mean, think about it. Such a peaceful place, no fights, no wars, no battlefields, no hive." Looking at Addy with a strange look, Omis spoke. Who are you?" Puzzled, Addy asked. "Eh? What are talking about?" "The Addy I know is a battle junkie, not someone who speaks about peace. So who are you?" asked Omis with a feigned shocked look. Letting out a laugh, Addy lightly hit Omis in the back of his head before replying, "Shut up. I'm an old man now. I had my fair share of bloodshed, wars, and battlefields." Looking up towards the sky, Addy spoke with a blank, distant look on his face. Silently standing up, Omis smacked Addy in the head, causing Addy to shout, "What the hell was that for you, brat? You really do sound like an old geezer. Why the hell do you sound more of an expert than I do?" "What the hell are you on about?" shouted back Addy, confused. Sulking, Omis replied, "That's not fair. You sound cooler than me. With all that bullshit of, 'Oh, I'm tired of wars and battlefields.' What the hell? Do you practice your speeches or what?" he added as he mocked Addy. Starting back blankly at Omis, who kept ranting, Addy was unable to think of any reply as he remained quiet with his mouth opening and closing, yet no words came out. It was then that suddenly the voice of a little girl was heard stopping Omis from talking and bringing Addy out of his daze. "Mommy, look." It's that grandpa and older brother we met before, she shouted excitedly as she pointed at the direction of the shop. The mum, hearing her daughter, turned around to check, only to find Omis sitting down calmly as he gracefully fanned himself with a small fan. Looking at the sudden change in Omis's demeanor made Addie's eyes open wide open as his jaw hung low. "Where? No, when did you even bring that fan out?" he muttered as he stared at Omis, returning his gaze. Omis gave him a gentle smile that seemed to shine and capable of making anyone feel good, before he replied casually, "What are you talking about, Grandpa?" "What?" Before Addie was able to reply, the mother and child duo arrived towards the entrance of the small shop. Giving a light bow to Addie and then a gentle smile to Omis, the mum spoke. "Hello, Uncle, little brother. It's good to see you both doing well." Regaining his bearings, Addie gave a warm smile as his entire aura once again changed to that of an ordinary neighborhood grandpa before speaking. "Oh, if it isn't little Meng, what brings you over?" With a smile, Meng replied as she patted her little daughter's head. "I'm taking Li to stay over at an acquaintance's place while I search for a job." "Oh, you did mention that you also came to the capital to start a new leaf," replied Addie while rubbing his long beard. "Yes. Can't say I had a lot of luck finding anything, but it looks like you found a shop," she asked in curiosity as her eyes looked over the small wooden restaurant. Smiling innocently, Omis spoke. "That's right, Grandpa. Didn't you mention that we needed to hire an assistant for the shop?" Confused, Addie replied, "Eh? I did." Letting out a cough, Omis continued with an innocent smile on his face. "Of course. Now that I think about it, don't Sister Meng fulfill all the criteria for the job?" Seeing the direction where Omis was taking the conversation, Addie squinted his eyes as he thought. What are you trying to accomplish? Breaking him out of his chain of thought was little Li, who asked excitedly, "Mommy is going to work with Big Brother." With an awkward expression on her face, Meng sneaked a glance at Addie. While the shop did not seem to be in any good spot with almost no traffic or visitors, Meng was truly desperate. She was at the end of her ropes, and any job was fine at the moment as long as it brought food to the table. "Well, if you are okay with us, we are indeed in need of an assistant to help with things in the shop. As you can see, I'm getting too old for this." Hearing Addie say that made Omis smirk. "Really? I mean, I wouldn't want to impose or anything," quickly replied Meng, her eyes shining with hope and expectations. "Of course not. Food is on the house, and your pay would be 1 silver per day." Gasping, Meng hurriedly replied, No, that's too much, Uncle. 1 silver a day, that's enough. I will not take no for an answer. That's your salary. Little Li can stay with you in the shop. We don't really get many customers around here, as you can see," chuckled Addie. Giving out a deep bow, Meng's eyes teared up as she shouted, "Thank you, Uncle. I will work hard." Seeing her mom bowing, Li hurriedly followed her lead as well. Watching the scene unfold, Omis had a strange thought in his mind. Why does it feel like I turned into a side character? Chapter 35. The warm morning light engulfed the little wooden shop. Omis's figure could be seen opening the door as he covered his mouth and let out a tired yawn. Rubbing his still sleepy eyes, Omis went back inside before coming out with his usual chair, placing it near the entrance. Walking back inside, Omis glanced at the direction of the stairs that led to the second floor. Addie's probably still sleeping. Humming a tune, he walked towards the kitchen to prepare something to eat. I can't understand how can he sleep for so long when at our stage one could simply choose to never do so. Thinking about it, Omis did indeed feel a little bit strange at the fact that his body did not really require sleep. While his body did not need any food or sleep to stay alive, he did not mind enjoying whatever delicacies that may come his way. With that in mind, Omis continued on with cooking a simple breakfast for both him and Addie. As he was busy doing so, he was suddenly hit by an extreme case of déjà vu. His head started to hurt as if there was a bunch of small needles piercing his brain. Grabbing his head with both of his arms, Omis grunted as the pain grew sharper, causing him to turn dizzy. He stumbled back a few steps with his head held in both of his arms before tripping and hitting the floor back first. "Aga!" A loud piercing wail broke the morning silence that had engulfed the small shop. Addy, who was resting on the second floor with his eyes closed, suddenly woke up startled as he heard Omis's cry. Not even 1 second later, Addy's figure teleported to the kitchen. Looking at the ground where Omis's collapsed body was, Addy's heart suddenly started beating loudly in his chest. Quickly rushing towards his friend, Addy gently held him up as he called out in a voice full of panic and distraught, "Omis! Omis, can you hear me?" Lightly slapping Omis's cheeks in an attempt to wake him up, Addy called out once again, "Omis, stay with me. Please talk to me." Looking at Omis's unconscious face, Addy was able to see signs of extreme pain and confusion as he tried to wake him up. "No, no, 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 no!" exclamation mark. He screamed as he shook Omis even harder in another failed attempt to wake him up. "You bastards! Why? Don't do this to him. Leave him alone." Seeing what had happened to Omis made Addy's aura unstable. His eyes that were normal slowly reverted back to their white hollow state as he held Omis close to him. It was then that Omis's aura slowly started to leak. It was not his usual pure holy one, no, his chi was extremely chaotic as it leaked out of his body, causing the small shop to shake. "No, no, this can't be happening. Why? Why?" Looking at his surroundings and at Omis, whose face still held an expression of pain, Addy quickly made a few hand signs as he willed his own chi outside of his body and made it form a small shield surrounding the duo, effectively cutting their auras off completely once more. Inside the small shield, Addy's figure could be seen holding Omis as his white hollow eyes that seemed completely devoid of emotion teared up. With his right hand still shaking, he tapped his spatial ring, making a sword appear in his hand. With his right hand holding the sword and his left hand holding Omis, Addy waited as tears quietly fell from his eyes. "Please, Omis, please, don't make me do this. I can't do this again. Please," he quietly sobbed. "Please, I don't think I am strong enough for this. I am tired. Please don't leave me as well." He muttered, his eyes teary as he moved the sword closer to Omis's neck. Omis was confused. 1 second he was in the kitchen cooking breakfast, then a sharp pain made him collapse, and when he opened his eyes he was here. He was still in a kitchen, the only difference was it was not his. His body felt different. Looking down, his hand was no longer as white and smooth as it was. His entire body felt heavier. Looking down at himself, he was wearing unfamiliar clothes. His hand unconsciously moved to his left cheek, where his scar should have been, only to find nothing. "Are you okay?" A young voice broke him out of his trance as he turned his head to face whoever had called him. Staring back at him was a familiar young face of a young boy who looked to be around 10 to 11 years old. He had a very cute face, chubby cheeks, jet black curly hair, and dark brown eyes. Omis did not know why his heart suddenly felt heavy as he looked at the young boy who stared back innocently at him. "Are you okay, Ian?" The boy called out once more concerned as Omis stared blankly at him. What did you call me?" asked Omis, his heartbeat speeding up in his chest as the boy's big dark eyes looked back at him. "You are being weird, and You said you were going to teach me how to make breakfast for next time. Are you trying to run away from your promise?" asked the boy as he pouted. "Well, what is this?" Unable to understand what was going on, Omis moved a step back as his eyes gazed on the clean kitchen. The entire place seemed familiar for some reason and made his heart hurt, as his breathing picked up his chest, rose and fell as he tried to calm himself, but to no avail. He was forgetting something, but he was unable to recall what exactly. His vision slowly darkened as the little boy stared back at him, his innocent expression slowly morphing into one that shouldn't be on a child. The young boy's face slowly turned colder and colder as his eyes squinted as he stared at Omis. His lips slowly turned upwards, forming an evil, mocking smile. "Where are you going, and? Don't you want to stay with me? Did you not miss me?" smiled the boy, his dark black eyes slowly turned completely black as his smile turned into an exceedingly evil one. That wide, evil grin was the last thing Omis saw before he descended into the realm of darkness. Chapter 36. Deep under the Empress Palace, in a dark, secluded room, sat an old, bold man. A deep aura of death surrounded him. His body looked like that of a mummy. As he sat there, cross-legged, one would even mistake him to be dead. This was the ancestor of the Song Kingdom, the hidden expert Wan Lijie. His cultivation base had long since stopped progressing at the late-stage gold core. His only choice was to save whatever strength he had left to protect the kingdom when needed. As he sat there with his eyes closed deep in meditation, an unfathomably chaotic aura full of malice and power, one he had never felt before, suddenly washed over him. His closed eyes shot wide open as he turned to stare at the direction where the aura came from, Omis's little wooden shop. The pressure the aura brought with it passed as quickly as it came, leaving him confused. Before he could manage to locate where exactly it had come from, it disappeared completely, as if something or someone blocked it from this world. A hidden expert, his hoarse voice sounded as he asked himself, whoever it is, his power is truly unfathomable. Someone like that is in my Song Kingdom. His eyes were squinted into slits as his old heart sped up in worry. Closing his eyes once more, Wan Liji sent out a stream of his qi to call out for his servants. Not long after, the familiar two shadowy figures silently materialized inside the room as they dropped to their knees, giving out a respectful bow. "Master, you called?" The shadow guards both spoke simultaneously, their heads still hung low. "Did you bring back little Wanda?" he asked, his eyes piercing right through the guards, causing shivers to run down their spines. "Yes, master, the young mistress is already back in the palace," replied the male shadow guard. "Oh, that girl came back willingly?" asked the old man in a voice full of curiosity. The female guard was the one to reply this time. "Yes, master, we did not have to do anything. We had met her on her way back already, and as soon as she arrived, she ordered that no one is to disturb her before going into closed-doors cultivation." How particular. What could have caused that child to suddenly change her mind and leave that beloved shop of hers behind? Muttered Wan Lijie as he rubbed his chin deep in thought. Sensing their master's curiosity, the duo looked at each other before nodding. Then the male guard spoke up. Master? What it is, speak up," ordered the old man as he sensed the hesitation in his subordinate's tone. "The young lady has given orders to everyone to not come anywhere near her shop," replied the female guard. "And? What's strange about that? That child never was always so protective of her little shop," asked Wan Lijie as he failed to understand why would the shadow guard suddenly bring this up. Hearing his master's question, the male guard swiftly replied, "The young lady has apparently sold her shop and still ordered everyone to keep their distance away from it. According to her orders, anyone that came closer to the shop would be considered a traitor to the kingdom." Listening to the shadow guard's report, Wan Liji's face took a sudden change as a strange expression found its way on it. Traitor to the kingdom. Little Wanda had never taken things to such extreme lengths before. How did she look like when you met her? The female guard was the one to reply to his question. The mistress looked ecstatic as she made her way out of the store. "Ecstatic?" asked Wan Lijie in confusion. Taking over, the male guard continued speaking. "Yes, master, she looked very happy. I had never seen the young mistress make such face before." Nodding, the female guard added, "And when she mentioned not going anywhere near her shop, an expression of deep respect took over her face." "Respect? That brat?" Shocked, Wan Liji was unable to contain his temper as he shouted. Shivering, the guards remained silent as Wan Lijie's gold core aura slipped out of his body, causing them to be unable to breathe before he quickly restrained himself. Letting out an embarrassed cough, Wan Liji spoke. "Cough, you may leave." "Yes, master," both of the guards replied at the same time before their bodies silently blended with the dark surroundings and disappeared, leaving the old man behind with a confused expression on his face. "That brat being respectful? That's something I can't imagine. Does she even know what respect is? She never showed me any before, that's for sure." He quietly muttered to himself as he rubbed his temples. For someone to earn her respect, their power must truly be at an unimaginable level. Wait, that aura from before. As if struck by lightning, the old man's face suddenly changed as realization dawned upon him. That brat is not stupid. The guard said she looked ecstatic when she left the shop, so something good must have happened. Could this expert have bestowed her with a treasure that would make even that brat respect this person? And the fact that she made an order so no one would come close to the shop is testimony enough of this expert's strength. Letting out a long sigh, one Liji's eyes wandered to the ceiling as he muttered, "What are you planning, little one? I'll trust your judgment this time, as you have never failed me before and won't make any move. For you to show respect to this person must mean he or she is not someone we could afford to offend." Carrying his head down, the old man let out another tired sigh before he closed his eyes and resumed his meditation. "I truly hope I made the right choice." Muttering these last words, the old man resumed his cultivation, cutting himself out of all worldly affairs. Chapter 37. "Dark, so dark. Why is it so dark?" growled Omis as he struggled to make sense of his surroundings. It was as if he plummeted into a sea of black. He was unable to understand where he was and how he had arrived here. "Why is it so cold? Wait, where am I?" he asked himself as he was unable to see anything. The odd feeling of floating resurfaced once more. "What happened? What was I doing before I got here?" he muttered as he tried to remember. I was cooking. Addie? Wait, who? The more he tried to remember, the more confused he became. His memories were a mess. It all seemed to intertwine with each other. Memories of him fighting monsters while raining down thunder and celestial spells on them, and memories of him living an ordinary life with a family. Ah! As the memories seemed to merge together, he soon found himself unable to differentiate between what was real and what was not. The more he struggled to remember, to think about them, the bigger the headache. It was as if something or someone was purposefully keeping him from remembering everything. "Who am I?" he screamed. His brain felt as if it was being split wide open with thousands of needles stabbing into it, causing him to shout in agony once more, "Argy!" Unable to prevail under the assault, his conscience finally gave up as he drifted away into blissful slumber. Back in the small wooden shop, still collapsed on the floor, was Omis's body as he was being held by Addie, who had a sword in his hand, pointed straight at Omis's neck. His face was shaken as he maintained the transparent shield surrounding both him and Omis. To an outsider, it would look like if there was nothing around the duo at all. The kitchen was eerily quiet, as Addie sat down on the ground with his hand still shaking as he continued to observe his friend for any signs of change. Omis's aura continued to grow more chaotic, as Addie did his best in trying to contain it, creating an extremely strange-looking scene. From an outside perspective, the mood in the shop was quiet and calm. Yet when one looked at Addie, they would be able to see his clothes whooshing about wildly, yet there seemed to be no wind in the shop. The entire scene created such a contrast that made it look as if Addie and Omis were existing in an entirely different plane of existence. Right outside of the shop, at the head of the small alleyway, a group of hooligans has gathered around. Their leader, a middle-aged man in the third stage chi-gathering realm, asked his subordinate, "Are you absolutely sure that that old monster lady is gone?" he asked gleefully. "Yes, boss. I would not dare lie to you. The old lady has apparently sold the shop to some old man and his grandson," replied a young man with an ugly monkey-like face. Starting at the entrance of the shop, the man who was called the boss stood still for a few seconds as he assessed the risks. "I can't see that old demon sitting near the entrance where she always did before. Could she have finally decided to move in from this place?" he muttered. "Boss, this is our chance to expand. This damned shop has always stood in our way. Give us the order to bring it down." "Yes, boss." The guards won't even notice if something was to happen, considering how isolated this place is. "Just give us the order, boss." "Yeah." Shouts of agreements echoed from the group of hooligans. Most had a cultivation base of stage 1 chi, gathering with the monkey-faced man the second highest one, with a stage 2 chi gathering, making him the second in command. Their gang was quite notorious in this part of the capital. They moved only when they were completely confident in their victory and never took unnecessary risks. Today was the exception, however. This small shop was an essential piece in their plan to expand, yet they were never able to take control of it, as the previous owner was a monstrous old lady with a cultivation base reaching the foundation stage. They had learned that the hard way. At first they proposed to buy the shop from her hands, yet when she rudely refused, some of their companions got too heated and attacked her only for them to be effortlessly slaughtered. Now that his second-in-command brought the news that the monster had moved away, leaving the shop to an old man and his grandchild, presented the opportunity they were waiting for. Yet his heart was still uneasy for some reason. The shouts of encouragement from his subordinates made him push his unease to the back of his mind as he made his way towards the shop. Listen up. Do not act rashly. We will talk with the owners first and propose a deal to buy the shop from them. Am I making myself clear? He spoke loudly so all of those present were able to hear him. Seeing that no one objected, the boss nodded his head satisfied as he walked towards the entrance. Knock, knock. Knocking on the wooden door, he waited. Behind him, the hooligans stood surrounding the entrance with ugly grins plastered on their faces, giving off an evil aura. Knock, knock, knock. Once again, no response came from inside the small shop as it remained deadly silent. The boss's expression changed a bit as he muttered. Could it be that no one is here? He asked himself. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking once again, this time with more force as the small door creaked as if on the verge of collapse. Before he could do anything, his second-in-command, the monkey-faced man, jumped towards the door. "Ah, boss, allow me," saying that he gave the door a solid kick as it fell down inside the shop with a bang. Face-palming, the boss was unable to say anything as he sighed before taking the first step inside the quiet, neat, small shop. Chapter 38. Once inside, the boss and his group of hooligans were faced with an eerie, quiet shop, as a strange-looking light was seeping out of the kitchen's door. "Here, Lou," called out the second-in-command as he looked around the neatly arranged inside. "Boss, there seems to be some type of light coming out of that door," pointed out one of the subordinates. Could they have truly not heard us come in? The boss's mind was spinning as countless thoughts and situations run inside. As the final person made his way inside the small shop, the entire interior felt rather cramped. Speaking up, the monkey-faced man turned towards the boss as he asked, "Should we bust that door open as well, boss?" He grinned. The boss, however, was not feeling right. His senses were telling him that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Yet against his better judgment, he gave the order. "Be extremely careful. Lads, bring out your weapons. We do not know what's behind that door. I don't want any unnecessary casualties. Should the situation go south, retreat immediately." Hearing the boss speak in such a serious tone made most of those present gulp down as they sheathed their weapons nervously. Looking towards the monkey-faced man, the boss gave a slight nod. Nodding back in understanding, the man slowly moved towards the door as he nervously reached towards the handle, his hands shaking. Click! The sound of the door handle turning creaked, making everyone clutch their weapons even tighter. Creak! The sound of the door slowly creaking open echoed in all of their minds as they nervously gulped down. The boss was the most anxious one of the bunch as he stared intensely at the door. "Eh?" dumbly muttered the boss. What the hell is that?" asked the monkey-faced man as he stared at the scene in front of him in confusion. Right there, in front of them, was the collapsed figure of an extremely perfect-looking young man with white as snow hair. Holding him in his arms, an old man with long hair that fell on his face, hiding his features. In the old man's hand was a sword that was pointed at the unconscious young man's throat. The group was dumbfounded as they looked at the strange spectacle. Surrounding the old man was a shiny white shield, made of pure chi, as his clothes fluttered without any wind. "What's going on?" muttered one of the hooligans. The old man seemed too absorbed in his own world that he did not notice the new visitors. And so an awkward silence descended on the room once more, with the gangsters watching the back of the old man. While the hooligans were mostly curious, the boss, on the other hand, was terrified as he looked at the mysterious phenomenon in front of him. All his senses were screaming at him to run, to get away from this place as soon as possible. Whoever that old man was, and whatever he was doing, was not something he would want to stay and witness. His gut has saved him countless times, and he sure would not ignore it now. Unable to speak, his legs slowly moved back towards the entrance, carefully. His breath was stuck in his chest as he dared not breathe too loudly. Wasn't this place supposed to be owned by a grandpa and his grandchild? Asked the monkey-faced man in curiosity as he approached the old man. Seeing that, the boss wanted to scream at him not to leave them alone and run, but his voice was unable to come out. His legs shook uncontrollably as he was on the verge of collapsing. He had never felt this afraid before in his life. "Haha, isn't this bastard trying to murder his own grandchild?" laughed one of those present. "Heh heh, he truly is cold-blooded, trying to kill his own family," added another one in disdain. "No, stop, don't say anything." The boss's mind was full of such thoughts as his legs continued to shake while trying to move back. "Should we help him finish the job, eh? Haha." The sound of laughter erupted in the small kitchen. Keeping his eyes locked on the back of the old man, the boss suddenly started shivering when he saw his back twitch. His legs gave way as he collapsed on his behind with a bang. The sound drew the attention of all the hooligans as they turned to look at their boss, who had collapsed on the floor with a terrified face full of terror, his crotch area turning wet as he pointed with his shaking finger towards the old man. Seeing their boss behaving in such a matter caused the entire room to turn deadly silent as no one dared to breathe out loud nor look back. What? One brave person of those present turned around to look back at the old man before he suddenly let out an inhuman wail. "Ah!" Bang! The scream was cut short as his body collapsed into the floor with a bang. His eye sockets were empty and his body was as white as a paper, a terrified expression forever plastered on his face. A deadly silence quickly descended over the room as no one dared to move nor look back. The boss seemed to turn crazy as his eyes turned hollow, with him staring at the ceiling as he laughed. "Ah ha ha ha! Ah ha ha! Ha ha ha!" A few people, unable to take the tension, turned to sneak a peek behind them before falling down to the ground with a bang, all of their eye sockets empty with an eternally terrified expression etched on their faces. Seeing what happened to those that turned back, the ones that survived wanted to run out of this room, to run out of this hell. Yet their legs did not seem to move. They were stuck in their place, unable to take one step further. They were rooted in their place as they silently waited for salvation, the salvation that may never come.